2024 제18회 세계
2024 18th World Ocean Forum, you're going to have fisheries session, and I would like to welcome all the participants. I am Yoon Soo-rin, the MC for this session. Nice to meet you all. This session is being held as a hybrid forum with both on-site and international speakers participating both online and offline. We are currently live streaming on both the Korean and English channels of the World Ocean Forum website and YouTube. You can access presentation materials and participate in real-time Q&A through comments section on the forum website. Please feel free to leave any comments or questions for the speakers. Let me give you a house announcement. We provide simultaneous interpretation. Channel 4 is Korean and 5 is English. We have prepared a lot of presentations, so let's get into the meat of the session. I would like to introduce the moderator for today. We have Mr. Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President from Korea Maritime Institute. Please give him a round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Nice to meet you all. Let us begin the session on fisheries under the theme of Sustainable Fisheries and AI, Innovation for the Future. I would like to thank you all for coming to this session amid your busy schedule, and I would like to thank the speakers and online, offline participants. The theme of the World Ocean Forum is Ocean Intelligence. It's the conversion of AI and human intelligence. The cooperation between artificial intelligence and human intelligence can give us a way to solve the challenges we face. I could see that many participants came here, so this proves that many people are interested in AI. So today, we are going to see the difficult challenges in the fisheries industry and invited speakers to discuss on the theme of AI, giving the answer to the fisheries problems. Previously, the intelligence or computing intelligence was based on the input and output, linear relations between input and output. As the computing power increased, we are seeing more opportunities of AI solving the problem using various data. The ocean-related data in the era of artificial intelligence, I think, will be a good feedstock for the processing. The unused data in the ocean field, and we will have to gather the potential data to be used to solve the problems we face. The first speaker for this fisheries session is Dr. Rachel Tiller, Senior Scientist at SINTEF Ocean in Norway. SINTEF is the leading organization for innovation in the fisheries worldwide. She is in charge of biodiversity research and considers a lot on digital transformation. For example, she was in charge of Every Fish project, which is a European digital transformation of the catch monitoring. So we will hear from Dr. Rachel Tiller. So through her presentation, we are going to see how we can maintain fishery resources and sustainability and increase the fishery productivity. So let me introduce Dr. Rachel Tiller. Thank you.
Fisheries is a critical sector for both food security for a growing population in the future, while also contributing towards reaching biodiversity and sustainable development goals through digital transition and automatic catch registration of fisheries. My name is Rachel Tiller. I'm a chief scientist at SINTEF Ocean in Norway. This is one of the largest research institutes in Europe. And today I will be talking to you about Norway's digital transition in fisheries and an EU project that we at SINTEF coordinate called Every Fish. In this project, we use artificial intelligence for automatic catch registration in fisheries, using this as one of many tools for ensuring reliable and accurate data from the fishing sector. We do this to develop tools so that the fishing industry can be part of the solution in terms of both biodiversity protection and sustainable development goals. The issue of biodiversity protection and sustainable development is increasingly important for the ocean, as was also evidenced during COP15 in Montreal in 2022, when the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted. 80% of all life is in the ocean, and it contains between 500,000 and 10 million marine species. That in itself is a big gap in knowledge. In addition, we know that more than 80% of our ocean is unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. So we need more information. We need data. But we cannot do this if we don't know what's out there, where it is, or how much we take out of it. Now, the negotiations towards the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, where this picture was taken in 2022 by the SINTEF team that was there, this gave us an agreement that can be used as a blueprint for the conservation and restoration of biodiversity, as well as the sustainable use of diversity, such as fisheries resources from the ocean. Now, this global agreement was adopted by 196 countries in December 2022, and it sets out an ambitious roadmap to reach the vision of a world living in harmony with nature by 2050. And doing so while still harvesting sustainably the natural resources from the ocean, such as fisheries. Now, technology and innovation can contribute to help us solve the nature crisis described in this agreement, and at the same time find solutions that can ensure continued sustainable growth of the fishing industry by being a team player with nature and not against it. And this is important since in Europe alone, there are more than 80,000 vessels and more than 100,000 people employed in the fishing sector. And they are critical to ensure that we reach the goals and the targets set out in this agreement. But monitoring and controlling that the fishing industry is in compliance with these goals and targets, as well as all others, is very difficult at best. Now, the main goal in fisheries management is, as you know, to secure the long-term exploitation of fish stocks so that we also have food in the future. This is achieved by setting quotas based on the best available science and to ensure that the sector complies with these quotas and other regulations relating to fishing operations. And to describe this a little bit more, I want to take you back to 2007 and my first experience with fisheries control and monitoring in the Barents Sea in the Arctic. And this was during the very beginning of my PhD studies. Now, this is a story about my trip on the Coast Guard vessel KV Svalbard. Svalbard is an archipelago, so it's an island, group of islands in the far north in the Arctic. And this was the topic of my PhD thesis. So I am a political scientist, and I was working on how the change in climate and the change in fish stock migration and other resources could affect international relations in this region. Now, this was a time of a lot of fisheries conflicts in the Arctic and a lot of challenges around monitoring this area for fisheries because of disagreements in international relations around who were the sovereigns of this area. Now, that means who owns this area of the Arctic. So Norway said, and it still says, that this is a Norwegian area, and other countries do not always agree with this. So at this time, around 2007, I got to be part of the inspection team of this Coast Guard vessel, as it boarded vessels from Russia and Spain and other countries, and they monitored and controlled their catches to see if they were in compliance with the Norwegian regulations of this area. And I just wanted to highlight with this little story how difficult this job is when you're doing it manually. Because these inspectors, they have to manually count the fish on board the fishing vessels, crawl into very small areas in the freezing containers, as you can see in this picture. In order to get on board the vessels, they had to jump onto a ladder when a wave would bring the small transport boat that you see on the top left here, high enough for them to reach the ladder and then jump on board. And then they have to make estimates of how much fish is on board each of these vessels, compared to how much each of these boats are allowed to catch, and the composition of the catch, and determine whether or not this boat needs to change the area, if they get a fine, if they get a warning, or if they are even to be brought into port in Norway to be persecuted. And this is very challenging work, and it's very inefficient both from the inspector side and from the fishing boats themselves, who have to stop operations while they're being inspected. Now, acquiring verifiable data and documentation such as this, however, it was not only a challenge 15, 20 years ago when I was on these vessels, but it also is today in today's fisheries. Now today, the industry has to self-register their catches and report these manually into the system. And there are no demands for documentations per se, but it's controlled at the time of landing that the number you estimate when you catch your catch is the same as the one you're landing. And even though this is done by the best of intentions by the fishers in most cases, even unintentional errors in reporting can lead to poor data quality, and it can lead to punishment to the fisher if they are wrong by more than 10% in some cases. It also put a lot of pressure and a lot of work on inspectors, because keep in mind, I told you there are more than 80,000 fishing vessels in the EU fleet, all across the European seas, from the high Arctic all the way down to the far south in the Atlantic. And there are not enough inspectors in the world to monitor all these vessels. Now, the EU has for a while wanted to make this much more efficient. And they want this sector to also contribute towards providing more accurate data and knowledge about the ocean, because we need more knowledge if we are to manage it sustainably. So therefore, the EU, they have had a lot of focus on funding innovation projects towards this digital transition. And in 2023, so that's just about a year and a half ago, we at SINTEF, together with a lot of our colleagues across Europe, were awarded the project Every Fish. And this project is about digital transition of catch monitoring in European fisheries. In this project, we develop innovations and technologies for automatic catch reporting in all fisheries, from the factory trawlers that are catching tuna fish in the Indian Ocean, all the way to tourism fisheries using camera technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And we do this together in a transdisciplinary collaboration between science, policy, industry, and community actors. So the aim of this project, Every Fish, is to contribute to the development of these new technologies and towards a digital transition of catch monitoring in European fisheries. So as you can see from this slide, there's 8 countries involved, 17 partners, and there's a lot of companies, both technology developers and fishing companies. And we also have governance authorities, and they also collaborate across Europe with all other governance authorities. And then, of course, we have research and academia, which I represent. Now, in total, we're developing 10 different technologies for 5 different types of fisheries. And we want to meet the different demands in all these fisheries, and we want all these technologies to fit on board the different types of vessels. Now, this slide here is an overview of the different technologies that we are developing in Every Fish and where we are testing them. So the yellow boats you see on these slides will show you where the different technologies are being tested. This slide will also tell you about the technology readiness level of these innovations, and I'll get back to that a little bit. But as you can see from this, these are 10 different innovations, and they have different TRL levels, and they have different ways of bringing in sensor systems to monitor the type of fish you're catching. Now, the catch scanner, for example, the top one, is a 3D machine vision system that we use for catch analysis on board on conveyor belts. So as the fish come on board, they go on a conveyor belt, and the lasers will estimate the size and the weight and the species of each fish. Now, all these others are different versions of this, going into some details about how they are going to do them, whether it's not for discards, whether it's from a sorting table, if it's use of closed-circuit television cameras that are on board a lot of vessels. And some of them you use with your own smartphone, and you just take a picture, and it will also give you the species and the length and the weight. In this one, though, we have different TRL levels. Now, I wanted to get into a little bit of them to tell you a little bit of what that is. So TRL stands commercially. And TRLs have 9 levels. 1 is the absolute lowest readiness level, and 9 is where the innovation is commercialized. It's when you start selling it. So stage 1 to 3, that's your research stage. And as you can see on this one here, we only have one that's at that level. That's the catch pel SEP. Now, the catch pel SEP, it's a development of a technology that will film the separator system on pelagic vessels, where the fish is separated from the water. So in pelagic systems, you get a lot of fish in at the same time. And it's difficult to measure how much you get in using a camera system. And there's very little research on it, and that's why this has a very low technology readiness level. But this separator system is a common feature on these vessels, and it's a location where the fish is more spread out than it is in the tube that takes it out of the water. And as you can see here, we will start there in the research stage on technology readiness level 2. And TRL2 is where you do the basic research and analytical studies, and you determine whether or not it's even feasible to do this, and you provide a basis to actually be able to do some applied research. Now, we have estimated that during this project we will reach TRL4 on this one, and that's when you validate the technology in a lab, and you do some limited testing, and you create a small-scale prototype. On the other scale, you have the catch monitor and the catch scanner, as you can see up there. Now, these technologies, as you see up here, the catch scanner and catch monitor, they have very high TRLs at the end. So TRL 9, for example, is when the technology has met all the required standards and is available for consumers. It's been adopted, it's commercially available, and you can have it deployed. You can start selling it. So these are all different levels that we have, but all of them have to reach a fairly high level in an innovation action, as this project is. The goal of this project is to get things to the market so we can start using them in the market. One of the focus areas of what we're doing is developing different types of scanners that can capture full 3D images of fish and crustaceans, generating a completely identical 3D model of the fish, a digital twin. And AI will then say, oh, I like that picture, show me 1 million more of the same. So we generate these images to train the dedicated AI to recognize the species and estimate their length. And the process will then be like, first you catch and you haul it on board the fishing boat, and then the fish goes on a conveyor belt, and the trained AI is able to estimate the weight, length, and species of all the fish as a result of this deep learning training. And this gives out a less expensive and more efficient system than manual catch registration, and allows the fishers to check in real time if their catches are within their current quotas and regulations. Now, after all this data has been captured with these technologies, and these are lasers, they're CCTVs, they're cameras, they're different kinds of sensors. After that, the data is stored with one of our partners, the Norwegian Marine Data Center, which is hosted by the Institute of Marine Research in Norway. This is our data repository, and it is used to help us set up more reliable quotas for the management and to generally monitor the marine environment and detect changes due to, for example, climate change, but also give more information for the consumers that are interested in where their dinners are coming from and what gear is used. Now, the digitalization of fisheries management is, for some, to the best interest of both the fishers and the fish, as well as the managers and the consumers. And there are many reasons for this, and some of these are, for example, it'll lower the barrier of entry to take up artificial intelligence technologies in the fishing sector. It will also give us better work conditions and more accurate catch reporting in the fisheries at large. We can detect anomalous fishing events. So these are things that are different from what is happening normally, so that the control authorities can do some more targeted inspections, like those I showed in the beginning that I was part of. And it will also allow us to advance the digital transition for fisheries inspections and control and get more data, so we can be more in compliance with the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. We know that the ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth, as I mentioned earlier, and it's a critical source of protein and oxygen and medicine, and will continue to be so in the future as well. And fishing, both commercial and recreational, as you see here, is important for livelihoods and the lives in general of fisheries all around the world. And European fisheries are getting more and more modern, and new technological solutions are going to make us even better. Because in the future, technological advances based on artificial intelligence and cameras and sensors and all of those things that aren't even invented yet is going to help us to automatically determine the species and size of each fish that is brought on board. And all of this is going to be with less reporting for the fisher themselves. And we're going to know the catch amount, the position, the temperature, even the sex of a crab can be digitally collected and shared within the industry once this is all implemented. And not only will these new technology make reporting easier for those of us that work at sea, but they will also give us more data that we need for the global biodiversity framework, give us better knowledge, and make it easier to document a sustainable industry for future consumers and for our children in the future. The consumers in future are going to wonder where their fish was caught, when it was caught, if it was caught sustainably. And then we, as a fishing society, can be proud to say that we fish with a clean conscience and that we take responsibility for the environment and the resources that we manage. And we will get better documentation with reduced effort, and we will get more data, and we'll become more transparent and sustainably, and with less effort. And we will have improved documentation, which is really critical for the global biodiversity framework and the sustainable development goals. But can we have a sustainable fishing sector while contributing towards the SDGs and the Kunming-Montreal global biodiversity framework? Can fisheries be part of the solution for the triple planetary crisis? Well, we will argue that to do so, the industry has to adapt and be part of the data collection solution as well, so we can have more knowledge about what is happening in the oceans and better contribute towards these goals. And to do that, we have to be even more innovative and use more sensors on board fishing vessels and work on data collection solutions that all are comfortable with. Now, that is what we're doing in every fish. And different sectors will be affected by different regulatory changes and technological solutions. And we do want compliance by design, but this has to be grounded with the end user, the fishers. And collaboration and co-production of knowledge is the key to the successful implementation, so we can achieve sustainable harvesting and verifiable data. And this governance needs to be both verifiable and transparent. And for us at SINTEF, as coordinators of projects on such technologies, it's important to ensure that these innovations are relevant for management and the industry. So we hope that we will succeed in developing technologies that will benefit both. But this is also a dangerous workplace. An increased burden on reporting could pose a real danger to those that work here. And therefore, we want to make sure that we provide those that work at sea with the tools that are not cumbersome or difficult, or that could pose difficulties for them when operating dangerous equipment in a dangerous environment. And to do this, we have to have a digital transition on fisheries, far beyond what we currently have, and fully automate the fisheries for the fishers themselves, for monitoring and control, for research, and for biodiversity. Thank you so much for listening, and if you want to know more about this project, please contact me. This is my QR code to my LinkedIn page. Thank you.
네, 레이첼 틸러
Fisheries
박사님.
is
감사합니다. 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give her a round of applause. So related to artificial intelligence, and Dr. Rachel Tiller mentioned about fishery resources. What's important here is that fishery sector aims for sustainable production, which means we uphold the ecosystem and make it sustainable. So the AI in the fishery resource sector will have to protect the ecosystem, and for that we need to know which species are caught and how much is caught. So monitoring is important. In the fishery sector, the fisherman needs to report the data or generate the data. If the observers get on board to watch with the catch with bare eye, this kind of practice produced a lot of errors. So Dr. Tiller mentioned about the perspective of the fishermen and the protection of the ecosystem to use the AI. What's core here? So when we catch fish on the conveyor belt, if we can install 3D machine AI system, then the length and the mass of the fish can be identified. And for certain technology, there's tier 1 through tier 9 technology, and currently in the market there's tier 5 and over technologies already developed. So research on this field will continue because international convention and regulations are getting stronger and stronger on the sustainability and that accelerates the digital transformation. And second presentation will be made by Jan Vance, CEO of North.io. He is online waiting for us. And in this session, he will share with us ocean big data, the power of combining data spaces and artificial intelligence demonstrated by Mari SpaceX and FishX. Please give him a round of applause.
Perfect. I hope you can see the screen and the presentation. And yeah, I would like to welcome you today. First, and a good morning from northern Germany. It's 3 p.m. in the 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'm looking forward to give you an introduction into ocean big data and especially the idea of data spaces. I will introduce the topics of MarySpace and FishX, but especially regarding FishX, there will be a presentation afterwards by our colleague Jean-Pierre Cosac from the company CLS, who will bring you more into the topic. So I will bring you actually into the background technologically topic in terms of data spaces. So just a few words about ourselves. So we are a company called North.io. We were founded in the year 2011. We are ocean big data specialists with around 65 people located in northern Germany in Kiel. Just got elected into the top 100 geospatial companies in the world. And we see that there is a tremendous need for data that describe our oceans, that gives us information, that go into different kind of sectors. Why is this the case? We are using our oceans in a different way, and we are going to even increase the usage of our oceans. So there is for sure fisheries as one of the very, very big parts, ancient already for a very, very long time. We are working on it to make it more sustainable. But there's more than just fisheries coming. So there is the expansion of renewable energies, especially offshore wind farms, which play a major significant role in the energy transformation. There's infrastructure, and all this usage needs data. Now we need to understand the environment to conduct decisions. We also see a trend in autonomy. So we see more and more autonomous systems providing us information, being it information about from buoys like water salinity, temperature, depth information, but also very, very high resolution and high volume data about the seafloor and other information as well. And last but not least, another trend that we see is connectivity. So due to technologies like, for example, Starlink and others, and also 4 and 5G in existing infrastructures, we see that there's a possibility of using data way faster than we have been able before. And all these kind of trends lead to data pressure. And this data pressure has to be dealt with. And this is something that we are focusing heavily in our projects. And therefore, I would like to give you an introduction into the approaches and ideas between Merispace X and FishX. Just a few words. Merispace is a basis technology that we are building in a German-funded project. So the German funding is around 15 million euros, so very substantial. And we are applying parts of this technology in the FishX data space and building a fisheries data space in this kind of context. But what is the background for the development of data spaces and the whole concept and idea? So the European Union decided that the data is a very high level good, and the data should be not centralized, but in the future decentralized. And this is one of the main approaches of the so-called Gaia-X idea. So Gaia-X is a European project approach focusing on the next generation of how data infrastructures should look like. How they are transparent, how they are secure, how data can be made available, and how data can be trusted, because this is also one of the key challenges. How do I trust data when I'm basing also decisions that are financially of relevance on? And Gaia gives some kind of technical guidelines of how to set up approaches, how to bring players together in the field. So trying to bring you a bit into the Gaia ecosystem, and we with Merispace and FishX, we are on the top of this X that you can see here. But the basis of this X, what you can see here, is the legal regulations. Yeah? So first, we are talking about having some kind of basis, technical and legal regulations that provides us a foundation that we can build on top. So Gaia is not just a technology framework or an approach or standardization. It provides actually a whole universe of how we are supposed to deal with data. So basic level is legal regulations. Second level is the more technical approach. So portability, interoperability, and interconnectivity, the architecture of standards, as it calls. Then on top comes the first real software, let's say, implementation. It's the so-called Gaia-X Federation services. So it's the first technological layer that builds the basis for, in general, data spaces, yeah, that allows identity and trust. Am I the user that I'm supposed to be? Where does my data reside? So a federated catalog, a yellow pages of data. How do I ensure data exchange? And how do I ensure compliance of the data? And we, with our projects, Merispace and FishX, we are locating ourselves in the upper part. Yeah? So the data spaces and even smart services around this. And you will hear more about the smart services in FishX actually from Jean-Pierre in the upcoming presentation. And I will dive into the approach of data spaces. Data spaces, and I think that's one of the most important parts, are relevant because we have a data flow. Yeah, and this data flow we have even today. So we have a data owner, and we have some person who is actually a data user. And this is existing already for a very, very long time. Usually you secure this kind of data usage via classical written contracts. But we are going one step further now. We don't want to make the written contracts anymore. We want to make the whole process of data provision and data consumption, we want to make it digital based on these principles of Gaia. So as you can see here in the middle, there are some kind of services needed in between the data provider and the data consumer. Yeah. So first, you need the broker service. You need to know which data is existing. Yeah. So it comes already with the idea in mind that we are going into a blue data economy, that you can earn money in the end also with data, with providing data. But the first step is you have to find data. So you have to standardize, you have to publish actually metadata, and then you can call the broker service. Then you have a clearinghouse in the end, which locks transaction, because it's a legal transaction bringing data from one entity, from the provider to the consumer. So it needs to be locked, it needs to be secure, it needs to be verifiable. This also needs a transfer. Yeah? So there's the service provider, which is in the end responsible for the real data transfer. So you have the metadata, you have the transaction logs, but this is just actually describing in the end. But you also have the real world data. And in the end, this data has to be worked with. So it has to be worked with apps. And we, in the end, also have to speak the same language, which sounds very easy. But from an interdisciplinary perspective, you need a vocabulary provider. Yeah, so if you don't speak the same language, use the same terms in the same way, it's very, very hard to actually find the right data for your question. So this is in general a data flow that a Gaia compliant system needs to fulfill. The blue economy, it's amazingly big. Yeah, so and we are as a company serving actually for different kinds of economic purposes, being it science, infrastructure, resources, which is at the moment the big exploding entity in this whole domain in terms of size. Coastal protection, tourism, shipping, fishery for sure as one of the main economical drivers in this field, and also biotechnology. So the blue economy is massive, massive. And if you just put the blue economy into comparison with a state, so it has a GDP of the 7th biggest nation in the world. So you can imagine actually the size of it, and also the need for data for working in this field. What are our challenges? Why are we doing this in the end? So on the one side, we have to work with data and we have to know which kind of data is available. So until today, and this is something we see, data is mainly connected on ad hoc basis or in very relation to specific topics. And also, and Jean-Pierre will tell you more about it, but small-scale fishery data is very, very hard to acquire, to maintain. It needs a high trust between the participant, so the fisherman in the end, and the data using entity, which also is a very, very complex task. We have a lack of overview and access to existing data because data is heterogeneous. Yeah? So the whole data domain of the ocean is a very, very young domain. We have many sensors in it. It's a very complex one. And it's very often inaccessible due to missing metadata management or other classical topics like server storage. Then coming to data volume, the data then we're facing and we're going to the ocean, especially if you're coming about seabed, multi-beam, side scan, and other data sets, but also remote sensing data, which is of relevance, gets big. Yeah, it gets into the tera and petabyte range. And we have to deal with this kind of amazing size, also in terms of analytics. So it requires computing power. It requires technology like GPUs to scale actually analytical approaches. Data storage and processing sounds also so easy, but the handling of this enormous amount of data in the maritime context is a very complicated one. It's not something anymore that you do on your desktop or on your laptop. Yeah? It's something where you need cloud computing, where you need artificial intelligence for processing and extracting relevant information for your specific use case. And last but not least, and a very important part is data security. Yeah, so on the one side, we see actually this extreme usage increase of oceans. So underwater infrastructures are very important, for example, for national securities. Sometimes also high resolution data is made available, but there's a complex about regulation of this data. And when it comes to fisheries, also there's personal data involved. It gets up to the fishermen, up to what we saw in the presentation before the individual fish. And in the end, there's also personal data of every individual involved in this kind of context, which makes it very, very challenging. So what are our ongoing developments in the terms of data spaces? So as you just saw, it's a very, very broad concept. We, with Maryspace, we made now the first steps, and we are implementing right now with our colleagues from CLS the first real data transfers in this kind of universe, specifically focusing on data for fisheries. Here in general, you can see actually a diagram. It's a bit more technical, a bit more complex, but it explains actually how a federated operating environment can look like. So there are many connectors to different kinds of data sources. You have in the center, these are the different kinds of services, from a portal to a notarization services to catalogs where you actually store the metadata, to self-description, so metadata handling, up to authentication and authorization, to actually establish the whole data flow between the participants in a data space. That's a very important part. What we also work on heavily is the part of self-description. So in the end, in a data space, everything has to be described. a person as a user, a legal entity as a company, a service offering. For example, if you're providing a service like an AI analytical service, has to be provided, but the data itself has to be also described. And this needs to be done in a smart way, being human readable. There are some kind of compliance technologies like JSON LD that we have to apply to be compliant to the Gaia X. But it also needs, for example, some kind of geospatial compliance to the existing standards. So we don't want to develop a standard. That's the most important part. We want to use existing standards to work with all these different kinds of sensor types that you need to work in the ocean with ocean data as well. And in the end, we have to transfer ourselves and our community and our ocean technology into cloud native, because ocean and the technology that we have is not cloud native. We are far away from this. But the data itself needs to be cloud handled. Yeah? So we need new technological approaches, or using different kinds of approaches that are already applied in other fields, other industries. For example, column-based data formats like Parquet. And we're using this kind of Parquet big data technology for scalability and transforming it into a GeoPark and into a MaryParquet. So we are extending the capabilities of existing data formats, for example, to make it usable for MarySpace, for FishX, for ocean data itself. And giving you some kind of glimpse into the topic of artificial intelligence, this will be also the last slides now. What needs to be done actually also to work with all this kind of data? So we are, as a company, also working heavily together with NVIDIA, because also that's also interesting. Maybe the Silicon Valley realized that ocean is of high relevance. Yeah, that ocean is a potential source of, in the end, data, and in the end of economical chances as well. And we are working, for example, with NVIDIA on accelerated computing. So how can you use GPUs on scale to make the data processing faster? How do you use physics-informed machine learning for modeling physical systems? Yeah? So a very, very interesting approach that we did the first tests now on NVIDIA on in terms of multi-beam and sound data in the ocean, which gave amazing results. We still have to understand the use cases for it, but there is technology around that lets us create actually physics-based systems based on purely AI-driven approaches which model ecosystems. So very, very interesting. And in the end, it's also about data fusion. Yeah. So we also saw in the project before shown by Sintev, there is a tremendous amount of data available. We have to make it compatible. We have to make it fusionable. Yeah. And in the end, we are geodata specialists in what we do. For us, geodata and space is the combining entity. Yeah? So can you overlay data? Can you get information out of it? And this kind of data fusion approaches, these are AI-based approaches to select from the individual data sets the relevant data points and fuse and merge them and get relevant information out. Yeah, and now thank you very much for having the chance actually to talk here, and yeah, handing over more or less to Jean-Pierre, who will dive with you into the FishX project approach.
네.
Thank you. Thank you for giving him a big hand. Thank you, Jan Ben, CEO of North.io. And without having further comment, because the third speaker is going to elaborate more on FishX project and technical aspect was addressed by Jan Ben, CEO. Then I will add a comment after third presentation. So third presentation will be delivered by Jean-Pierre Kozak, Strategic Project Manager of CLS. He's going to talk about FishX project supporting the digital transition of small-scale fishing in Europe. He is joining us online from France. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen right now with the main title FishX project? Okay. Thank you very much to the World Ocean Forum to give us the opportunity to present another European project called FishX. My name is Jean-Pierre Kozak. I am a strategic project manager in CLS, a French company specialized in fisheries management tools and environmental services. And we will present some results today obtained by the data lab of CLS in the frame of the FishX project. In particular, contribution by Théo Saccaro and Anna Conchon. This project, FishX, actually is concentrating on fisheries, but a part of fisheries which is not well known to anyone. These are the small-scale fisheries. In Europe, they represent a crucial role in the fisheries sector because they represent the majority of active fishing vessels, about 75% of the total European fleet, and half of the total fisheries employment for only a quarter of catches. Small-scale fisheries, they support local communities in Europe, but also in every place of the world. And they maintain local ecological knowledge, which is vital to protect our natural resources and foster a sustainable fisheries management. SSF is known as data poor. It is difficult to collect information from SSF simply because we are talking to people who are not used to play with computers, sensors, automatic systems, etc. So SSF at the moment needs to become more digital, attract younger generations, investors, and contribute to a data collection scheme and data sharing efforts for better management of their resource. This is the reason why we built the FishX project with the European Commission. This project is funded by an innovation fund of 4.5 million euro over 3 years from June 2022 and ending in May next year. The project is led by a group from Germany, Transmartech, and we include 9 partners over Europe. The FishX objective actually is to support a new EU fisheries control regulation which will apply to European fishing vessels without size limit. So this will represent between 60 and 70,000 fishing vessels in the EU under the
Mr.
effect of this
Cusack, I'm sorry
regulation.
to interrupt you. Could you hear me? Do you hear me okay?
Yes.
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 We kindly ask you to please press the slideshow button so that your slide could show only one page per time. Right now, we're seeing, your entire slides on the screen here.
You are not seeing the entire slide, is it?
Right. So if you could please press the slideshow button on the top of your program.
Yes. Can you see the entire slide right now?
No, we still see the entire frame.
Just a minute.
Okay.
You should have told me. So just a minute. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the entire slide?
There you
New
go.
EU control?
Right, the control regulation.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I think that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. Okay, I was saying that we built FishX because there is a new EU regulation coming in Europe that was voted at the end of 2023, and there will be a progressive implementation from 26 to 2030 to require for every single vessel without limit of size to carry a vessel monitoring system, VMS, vessel monitoring system on board, and to use electronic solutions like electronic logbook for reporting their daily activities. On top of that, there are electronic monitoring requirements for fishing vessels above 18 meters in length, which present a high risk of non-compliance with the landing obligation, which is the obligation to land every fish captures. So these vessels will be equipped with cameras. And in addition to this, all seafood imported in Europe will have to be tracked using a traceability system provided by the EU called Catch IT, which tells about the vessel identifier, catching method, catch area before the seafood is actually sold to the European markets. So all these solutions present a big change, in particular for the SSF world, which is not used to digital technologies. So we see actually three major challenges. The first one is the acceptability of fishers. We need to create trust with the fishers, in particular those small-scale fishers which are not so familiar with using GPS trackers, tablets, etc., etc. And they are always afraid of sharing their fishing locations with somebody else. And we need to show them the benefits of sharing information. This data will be used for better stock management. This will be also used for giving value to their seafood products, getting access to more demanding retailer and markets, and also to protect their activities against competitive usages. This was mentioned by Jan Wendt just before. The blue economy is actually developing over the same limited areas, ocean areas, and the fishers at the moment are in competition to access their fishing grounds with new wind farm projects in many places in Europe, for instance. And they are demanding a proof to show that these particular areas are used for fishing before they install wind farms. The next challenge is about data sharing. We believe that every data collected from fisheries at the moment should not be used only for control, but also should be made available for science, for the markets, for developing new usages. And this is made possible using those technologies of data spaces. And the last point is that because we are going to generate a vast amount of data, we need to introduce, where possible, artificial intelligence to make all data processing much faster and much more robust. How does FishX contribute to this? In FishX, we are focusing, as I said, about the small scale and also recreational fisheries. We built a FishX data space where the data can be controlled and managed and shared. And we developed two applications which are giving examples of how fisheries data could be made available to a number of usages. The first application is developed by CLS. It's called the Insight Platform. This is a web portal where we can display different types of data collected from fishing vessels under some control and sovereignty rules. And the second application is a traceability app where we can display and provide information from the fish captured to the end consumers. And this is more and more a market request to know where the fish that we buy is coming from and which method has been used to capture this fish, and whether this method is friendly or less friendly for the environment. About this Insight Platform, this solution is being developed at the moment by CLS. This is an example among other examples of how to use a data space. Remember the picture shown by Jan Wendt just before? The data space is receiving a lot of different data and also is managing to whom this data could be shared with or not shared. In the case of Insight, we are collecting the GPS position of the fishing vessels taking part to the FishX project. In this present example, at the moment, we are testing Insight with a full global AIS data feed, but at the end of the project, we are going to demonstrate only those vessels participating to the FishX project. All data are collected and anonymized. Insight does not display any individual tracks because they could be considered as sensitive by the fishers. So we aggregate these data in statistical squares of different size. Here, we show the cumulative positions in statistical squares. And when we zoom on a particular place on Earth, we are going to see more details. The squares are progressively going from about 1 degree size to 0.025 degree size. So we don't show locations where we have only 1 or 2 vessels, because this could be considered as sensitive by fishers, so we show only aggregated information. Where do we collect this data, and how do we process them using AI? I'm going to tell you. At the moment, we have 3 of the partners in FishX which are involved in establishing contacts with the fishers, with the small-scale fishers over Europe. 2 NGOs, WWF and Siena, and 1 Irish Fisher Association. The WWF offices in Portugal and Croatia, and also the Irish Association, are establishing contacts with voluntary fishers using small-scale fishing boats to be volunteers to test and to contribute to this new project. You will see some examples of installations. All the data is collected and go into the Insight platform after the control through the data space and after anonymization, and it will be processed through this AI algorithm. So we installed over more than 100 fishing vessels, small-scale fishing vessels, those VMS units called NEMO, which are developed by CLS. And this is based on a voluntary partnership with the fishers. So all fishers, they have signed a letter of consent to participate, and they share the data in an anonymous way. Also, the fishers, they receive a very simple app for their smartphone, so they can track their own boat, and they can share their own tracking data with their families, with their friends, if need be. So this NEMO unit is a GPS tracker with hybrid connectivity, which means it reports through satellite or cellular networks. So when the boat is far from the coast, it will use the satellite link, and when the boat is quite close, in a few miles along the coast, it's going to transmit through the cellular network. At the moment, they are set to report every 3 minutes a GPS fix plus speed and heading of the vessel. So this information will be processed. You will see a few examples. So this NEMO at the moment can be installed quite easily, no cables, and it is powered by a solar panel. So we have done installations with the support of the partners in the south of Portugal. At the moment, we're on boats which are in the range of 6 to 8 meters. Also in Croatia, with quite small boats using traps and pods, fishing ache or sole or scampi. Also on the right slide, you can see a buoy, a gray buoy called Naus, which is made to track the fishing gears, just to avoid the loss of these gears at sea. Another example of boat equipped in Ireland. So what do we do with the data? This is where the AI is coming. The analysis of trajectories starts with pre-processing and data cleaning. Then we are looking for 2 types of information. The first one is the identification of the fishing gear. We want to do that automatically because in the case of small-scale fishing, the boats are quite polyvalent and they change their gear from a day to another or depending on the season. Oops. Then the second stage is the detection of the activity to detect where and when and how long the boat is actually fishing. And this is used to estimate the fishing effort. So the first stage is about pre-processing of data. This is quite specific for fishing vessels because the trajectories are quite complex, the activities are very fast. This is where we need a lot of positions. But also this is generating a lot of data in our systems and servers, so this is important to remove all useless data. The proximity to the coast also creates some ambiguity. We need to remove data which are not useful for detection of fishing. So all data which are where the boats are actually stopping at ports or mooring. We try to identify the start and the end of each individual fishing trip. And this is more complex with small-scale fishing than with industrial fishing vessels because the small-scale boats not always stop in well-known ports. Sometimes they stop near a beach or in a very small port which is not geolocated nor available on databases. So we remove all those positions where the boats are in the port so that we can detect each start and end of fishing trip. Here we go with the artificial intelligence. First, we are going to train some models using the datasets that are collected in the project, which are labelized, so which means that we know what the fishing vessels are doing, what kind of fishing gear they use. This has been declared by the fishers during the installation of their VMS devices. So in that example, we have a series of tracks for dredging vessels, gill netting vessels, traps, and pods. We develop a model for each of these categories of fishing gear. And when we receive a new vessel trajectory, we are going to analyze it, and the best fitting will tell us which is the fishing gear used by this particular vessel. And we do that for every new track. So every day we test the whole set of positions collected by the vessels to detect what are their activity over the day. Then the estimation of the fishing time is also quite complex. We want to estimate the fishing time to derive a fishing effort. So the processing is quite specific for small-scale fishing because the activities, as I said, are quite short. So we need to acquire a lot of positions. On the left view, you see the fishing activity. On the right view, we see the same activity with only 1 hour sampling interval. Actually, you don't see the fishing activity. So this is the reason why we are taking positions every 3 minutes. Another critical point is that the vessel speed is more or less the same when the vessels are transiting and when they are setting their nets in the sea. You see on the first image on the left, the setting phase is more or less equivalent to the transit from the shore. So what we need to do is to wait for the hauling phase when the vessel is hauling the net on board. And this may happen another day. So you see that the positions in this case are much more close to each other because the vessel goes quite at slow speed. So what we do is we need to study each trajectory, detect the hauling activities.
Each time.
Yes.
And yeah. Shorten your presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. And we detect where the hauling is taking place. So on the day number 2, for instance, we can detect hauling, and we are going to look over the previous days if we can detect in the same area the setting of the gear. So between day 1 and day 2, we can compute what is the duration of the gill net staying in water, which is called soaking time, and we derive the fishing effort by multiplying with the net length. To conclude, the FishX consortium is very motivated to develop a new range of digital services to support the small-scale fishers with their digital transition, which will be mandatory in the next 5 years in the EU. We expect that the fishers will find their interest and benefits, obtaining more visibility and protecting their fishing grounds against competitive usage of the areas. The participation of more than 100 fishers to our trials give us good opportunities to develop and to improve AI tools, exchange with fishers, and also build a confidence, which is important. We are thankful to the NGOs and to the participants, and at the moment we are working on a roadmap for the digital transition of these small-scale fisheries, and we are eager to hear your contributions and suggestions. Thank you very much.
네, 장페르 쿠자 프랑스 CLS
Thank you.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre Cousin, Strategic Project Manager. So the second speaker talked about technological aspect of fish eggs, and so possibility is very high, especially for the use of ocean for us to go forward a blue economy. So we try to use all the data across the ocean at the same time to address issues in the ocean. Then it means that we have to cooperate with each other, for example, data provider and also data owners based on the legal framework and also regulations. So this kind of architecture and also storage and collection, operation and providing of services based on the data collected needs to be there according to mutual cooperation. And also we have to think about how to prevent the forgery of our data for the sake of a data provider by anonymizing the data. Thank you very much. As you saw, for small fishing vessels, now we have already entered into a stage where we have to conduct real-time monitoring on such small-sized vessels. And as we have the government officials from Korea and EU already started on monitoring small-scale vessels. And also, it could go only so far for small-scale vessels, so we need to provide them some sort of support. Thank you so much.
표는
The fourth presentation will be made jointly by KMI and Pugyong National University. So Professor Choi Jung-hwa is from Pugyong National University, so the floor is yours.
예, 안녕하십니까. 조금 전에
I am Choi Jung-hwa from Pugyong University. Dr. Yoon Seok-jin is here with me. First, I'll introduce the first part of the presentation first.
이 영화는 아이언맨
This is from Iron Man 2, the scene from Iron Man 2.
이 당시에 굉장히 획기적으로
So it was quite an innovative SF movie. The digital assistants created the virtual version of the city and gave the assistance to Tony Stark. And while watching this movie, I wondered if this kind of virtual reality could come true. At the time, I was suspicious. But now, I think we can see this kind of technology in reality. And AI came close to our life. And general public can use ChatGPT to see academic fields and scientific fields and get a better understanding. So let's watch the film just for a bit.
Using the pavilions as a framework.
여기에서 시스템 이름이 자비스
The name of the system is Jarvis. The Jarvis, the name came to me as quite unfamiliar, but it seems that it is another name of the AI.
Thanks, Dan.
Unfortunately, it is
이 배우가
impossible
이
to
영화로
synthesize.
굉장히 세계 스타가 된 것 같은데 아마 수산 분야
Tony Stark, the movie actor who plays Tony Stark, became very famous after this movie.
된것 같은데 넘기겠습니다.
So I think it's quite long, so let's skip. So on the screen, Jarvis, if the user asks the question, how many buildings are there in this building, and asks to delete the waffle stands, and Jarvis gives the answer. And on the right side, you can see OpenAI ChatGPT. The user can ask questions like so. So users can have a free accessibility to that program. So these are the AI applications, which include automotive industry, healthcare, finance applications, and general public services, for example, chatbots and customer support. In many fields, AI is used. Then, is it possible for us to use the AI in fisheries management? In September last year, the government set up a plan to advance the fisheries industry, and starting from 2027, all vessels and all fishing vessels will have to follow TAC, total allowable catch. That is in compliance with the international regulations. As the global population is slowly decreasing, small fishing vessel will have to be operated by 1 or 2 fishermen, so the digitalization of small fishing vessel will be important. So beforehand, the MOF and Korea's Fisheries Science Institute has conducted joint research. First, to enhance fishing activity monitoring, we can apply AI. We have done a research on this, and the outcome is accomplished, so I'll explain it to you. So this is the system that monitors vessel fishing gears. 9 types of sensors are used depending on the size of the vessel. It is equipped in the vessel. As you can see on the right side, depending on the fishing operation type, you can see the location and constantly monitor the location of the vessel. So this is the result of the monitoring. This material is from the study by Kwang-il Kim and Kyung-myung Lee. I got it from the Applied Science Journal. So the location tracking is done. We can see how the vessel moves. We can see whether the vessel is longline vessel, purseine, stow net. And we could identify that the journey or vectors of the vessel, depending on the fishing operation, differed. If we put in the data in the network, we analyze the fishing operation and location of the vessels. In case of purseine, the characteristic is that their journey was in long line, linear structure, and for long line vessels, it was more indirect line, and we could see where the stow net vessel installed their net and hold. So by this, we could see that according to the fishing operations, the data differed. And if you see the fishing activity, when they worked, their movement was in curve, but when they were not operating, they move in direct line. And AI could sort the data according to each type of vessel. And as seen on the right side, we can see the fishing, retrieving of the net setting and retrieving. And by tracking the location, we could see which kind of operation they are doing. This image is from the research that we are conducting with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And this is from the Pugyong National University team. We installed AI system on the vessel so that it can work just like an observer. We monitor the power usage on the vessel when they set the net and retrieve the net and collected data relatively. For example, we use a camera to identify the catch species, TAC catch species, and fishing monitoring. And using the GPS, we monitor the location of the fishing operation and the results. So this is the image of the snow crab gill net operation. Using the camera, we monitored the fishing work. As you can see, the fisherman is counting the snow crab. Now we cannot identify whether it's female or male crab, but if this technology further develops, we will be able to count it in real time and measure the weight. Snow crab is the TAC species, and if we can use the AI data, we can know the TAC amount. If it goes over the TAC amount, then we can order to stop the fishing. Next is the blue crab case. It is from gillnet operation. We can see the video camera. But if the fishermen show the blue crab to the camera, then we can identify whether it's male and female. And again, we can measure whether it goes over the TAC data. Then we can advise the fishermen to stop the operation or continue. Next is squid jigging operation. When installing camera, then we can count the number of squids when they retrieve the net. And again, TAC amount check. Next is model skate. Model skates are caught by long line operation. As their length is big, it is easy to identify the gender of the fish, and weight can be also measured. And again, TAC amount measurement can be done. Using these data, as we have the technology, we can gather this data and we can do fishing condition prediction. So let me focus on the prediction part. Using location data, modeling, and observations and previously acquirable data, we can do data analysis and we produce some useful data. We can identify the changes in yellowtail habitat and pinpoint where they are now. So this is ready to go live, and this is Spanish mackerel. We applied another weight to Spanish mackerel to identify their habitat. And again, habitat suitability index was published. Oh, this is Spanish mackerel. This is chopped mackerel. It looks like Spanish mackerel, but it was chopped mackerel. We use access model and Canada suggested model CanESM and NorESM. So this is the prediction that we made based on climate change scenario. This is blue crab catch prediction based on the algorithm. In case of XGBoot, I think the accuracy was quite high, so it can be used. When the observers get on board and do monitoring on and conduct biological survey, if the AI technology further develops, then it can be used instead of observers. If the camera take picture, we can measure the total length and maturity of the species. Next is underwater video recording. We can identify the species and count the species. This was taped or shot near Dokdo Island. In the image, as you can see, we could identify the species and could calculate the possibility of species existence. If so, we can count the number of species that exist in the sea. Using such technology, Korea will apply AI into the fishery management. So this is our suggestion. So let me explain to you the strategy that we have established while incorporating NOAA's case. So first, we need to expand the organization. We don't have a dedicated organization, so we need to establish dedicated organization to support actively the research on this and secure the resources. And the strategy will have to be established in cooperation with academic and private partners. Need to secure workforce and train them. If so, then as you saw in the first slide, we will be able to utilize AI and make prediction to guarantee safe fishing operations and increase the productivity out of this sector. This is it for me. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Today you covered fishery resources and fishing assets. And lastly, we are going to look at the aquatic farming, fish farm, and we have presenter from ETRI.
센터장입니다.
And the last speaker is Director Jo Sung-kyun from Electronics and Telecommunication Research Institute. Hi, everyone. So today I'll be talking about ICT for digital transformation of aquaculture. So my office is located in Daejeon, and 2,300 people are working for the organization. And recently we are researching AI and also quantum computing. And the center that I belong to is conducting research on the latest technologies that we can apply to agriculture, animal industry, and also marine industry. And by 2050, the global population will only increase. However, agriculture, livestock, and also aquaculture industry are becoming more vulnerable to climate change, experiencing worse working conditions and production conditions. So meaning that we have to shift the primary industry, not labor intensive, but to an industry with the latest technologies applied. And next, I would like to talk to you about the 4 different stages for the development of fish farming industry. For the first and second stage, those days were labor intensive only for production. But as we started to utilize high technology for the third stage, we will be able to achieve fish farm without human intervention. As you know, existing fish net has IoT system installed, and so many equipment and also devices are installed. That was the early stage of a smart aquaculture. And as is previously mentioned, recently the AI is widely used in our society, and also when we looked at the utilization of the AI in agriculture industry, the cameras are installed under water. So without human intervention and human decision making, the length and weight of a fish can be monitored and also analyzed. And also, by combining with the video recognition technology, we can monitor the feed consumed by fishes for the amount of the feed being taken by fishes. And also, when we run FishNet, there's a history, right, of running the facility, and also based on the status of the FishNet, even the AI can be used for management of aquaculture facility, and this is one of our research area for smart aquaculture, for operation, for installation. Still, AI is not being fully utilized, so we try to find a way to minimize the cost and also install our sensors, which is cost effective. So today I would like to talk to you about digital twin. So by now you would know the concept of digital twin and what that is. As it speaks for itself, a digital twin is a digital representation of a real-world entity or a system. So it can simulate things that cannot be built, real term. So digital twin is mainly applied to smart factory and also mainly to energy industries. And recently, digital twin also can be used to make mock-up of a human body to see whether a certain medication is effective on the person or not. So when we apply the concept of a digital twin to a fish farm, will be like this. So many different species and also sensors and also controllers will be built as a mock-up. And data or the information for controlling will be received, and simulation can be done, for example, energy analysis and also analyzing flow of water and also the growth of fish. Based on the analysis result, we can only choose the best so that we can best control the fish farm. So rather than simply trying to control it, we are dealing with actual living things, right? Of course, we cannot say that simulation will be perfectly best suited to the situation, but still, by interacting with the actual system, we'll be able to further advance the technology behind the fish farm. So let me just briefly talk to you about the scenario for the fish farm like this. So in order to measure different environments, for example, we can use a pH-D measuring sensors. And for the fish farm which grows flat fish, the size of the fish tank could be as large as 10 to 20 meters. So as we can not measure everything, we only take the representative figure. That's why it was very difficult for us to make this facility more precise. So this is the digital twin mock-up. So based on the real value from sensors, you have orange dots here where we have installed virtual sensors. So for example, without installing real sensors, we can install virtual sensors and we can predict a potential figure from the sensors. For example, although it is limited, we have a small tank with eel inside, and based on the data from the tank, we have a set of these many data, and we created a sensor to measure the weight of the eel, and we have analyzed it using the AI, and also the prediction rate went over 90%. So as you can see, we do not have much data because this is only data that we have collected for the last 5 months. And in the future, once we accumulate more data, then I believe that the prediction rate will go up. So without installing real sensors, we will be able to retrieve or collect the numbers from virtual sensors. So energy is what takes most of the capex. And we have to think about how we can really enhance the cost effectiveness. And that's why we have applied digital twin whenever we design and also operate and also maintain fish farm. There are different standards for example, temperatures for different species. So if we grow this speed, the electricity consumption will be like this. So we have used smart twin technology to predict and also analyze the potential electricity consumption. And when we design and also build a fish farm, for example, there are many reasons across Korea. And according to the location of the fish farm, different species will be grown, and also electricity consumption will be very varied from region to region. So analysis can be done, and we have done analysis on that. So we first have to understand the status of the local fish farms, and we try to come up with a very meaningful result that can help a fish farm. And we have this fish farm with eel as a test bed. So we have analyzed the design, the architecture of this fish farm, and we have analyzed energy consumption and also the environment for growth and etc. We have set different standards in order to grow eel. The temperature needs to be maintained at around 28 Celsius degrees. So within such a temperature limit, in order to respond to environmental changes, we have conducted research on how we can save more energy. And this fish farm, for example, before the owner sends out the eel to the market 3 days before, then the person has to change the condition, and the water needs to be diluted with more water, which is kind of a know-how of this specific fish farm. So we have analyzed all these different data, which was also reflected upon our modeling. So ultimately, in order to maintain the temperature, we have to think about the efficiency of the operation of the heat pump. And based on the Beijing modeling that we had, we made virtual smart twin fish farm and conducted simulation for 1 day, and we could get 150,000 different cases, which gives us an idea for the best condition that we have to set. In this way, we could save energy and also save costs. As a result, we have operated the fish farm for about a week, and for one fish tank, the energy could be saved by 9%, which was verified by this research. And thirdly, when we do digital twin, many people might think of virtual reality, right? So we have built the fish farm into 3D modeling like this one. So you can see the equipment that you need to wear, and even without paying an actual visit to the fish farm, you almost feel like you are there, and to check conditions over the fish farm, and also you can check all the values from different instruments, and this kind of interface is developed additionally. And this is my last slide. In 2035, we are going to deal with the fish and also livestock and also vegetables, how they are going to sit together into a kind of farm, and energy distribution and also consumption will be organically linked with each other to provide us with a stable supply of food. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. The last speaker talked about ICT for digital transformation of aquaculture and how the estuary has developed relevant technologies. So in the future, there will be no borders between physical world and also virtual world. And we will witness physical convergence of the two more and more. According to that, we will develop more and more aquaculture technologies. And he talked about how we can save more energies and how we can best maintain the population of fish. And he said that more technologies will be developed. We are a little bit behind our schedule. And I know that Director Joe made his effort to finish on time. And please stay with us because we are going to end this session 1200 on time. We have discussants. The first discussant is from Korea Maritime Institute, who is giving so many thoughts on digitalization and also application of the AI. Also, young senior researcher. And also, there's a project on smart cluster which is carried out nationwide. And in Busan, the very first of its kind was built in Busan. And Jin Yo-sang, CEO of Eco Aqua Farm, is the very person who is in charge of that. And there are so many benchmarking cases. And I think Hwang Jun-sung, Director of the Fisheries Policy Division, can give us some ideas on policy support from the central government. And also, the speakers who joined us online will also join us for discussion session. I do know there are many questions already submitted. And also for speakers, I will give you some time to answer the questions being raised. And 3 discussants, either digital transformation or the AI utilization, you could fully talk about the topics that you have in your mind. So please come up to the stage.
네, 패널
Let us begin the panel discussion. So I promise you to finish by 12 o'clock, so I'll do my best. So please be with us until the very end. So we have 3 panelists on stage. I have already introduced them. We have Senior Researcher Oh Seo-yeon, we have CEO Jin Hyo-sang, and Director Hwang Jun-sang. Please introduce yourself and I'll ask the questions to you. Good morning. I am from KMI, especially from Fisheries Research Division, and I'm in charge of the research on the fishery digitalization. Thank you. Good morning. I am CEO of Eco Aqua Farm, Jin Hyo-sang. We are leading projects on the smart aqua farm at 6 cities. So we have completed building the facilities this year. and we are building recirculating aquaculture system, RAS. So we are the first ever company to introduce the RAS system. And our goal is to produce Atlantic salmon through RAS. Nice to meet you all. Good morning. I am from the Ministry of Oceans and Fishery. I'm in charge of fishery policy. As you know, we have one division or department for small vessel fisheries and one department for distant water fisheries. In our department, we support the distant water and coastal waters fisheries, and the policy division gives support to the both. I'll listen through and refer that to our policy. Thank you. So in the process of listening to the presentations, we had some questions in mind. In the fishing village and at sea, how could AI be applied? And how will the public acceptance on AI be at the fishing villages? And will the data gathered through AI be well managed? So that's why I invited senior researcher Oh So-yeon from KMI. So I would like to ask a question on the subject discussed through the presentations in Korea. As you studied digitalization acceptance to the public, how can we enhance the digital acceptance at the fishing village? This year, I have done a research on digital acceptance, but before that, I thought a lot on this. Many fishery digitalization was conducted top-down, and fishing villages were quite reluctant to accept that. So that's why I selected this subject to do another research. Across the industry, digitalization is taking very fast. But fisheries sector is different from other industry because the speed is quite sluggish, because the fishing villages feel quite reluctant to accept digitalization or digital transformation. But while I used the ChatGPT myself, I personally realized that we cannot postpone digitalization in this field anymore. So today, I would like to share the results of my research. During the presentation, EU, Norway, and Korea are leading the application of digitalization to increase the fishery productivity and enhance the efficiency of resource management. EU, for fishery management, they are taking the lead and produces many model cases and took the lead in establishing international regulations on this. And they are expediting the digital transformation, and they have a reason to do so. They have many digital transformation projects. So rather than depending on the experience of the fishermen, data can be used to make a better decision. In Korea as well, we have fishery advancement policy, and to set up a smart system, we are applying AI technology. And onshore and offshore, we have AI observer to collect automatic data on fishery operation and to monitor IUU fishing. For fish farm as well, in digital transformation, we are converting from automation to digitalization. But in order to introduce that to the fishing villages and persuade the fishermen to accept this, there are a lot of challenges. In the interview with the fishing community, we realized that many fishermen don't feel the need to do digital transformation because they think digital transformation as another regulation, and they don't feel the need to make another effort. So first, they think that the new technology will, at the end of the day, enhance the sustainability, but they were more passive in their attitude. Especially for the policy, top-down policies, they think that those kind of government-led policy doesn't suit the on-site efforts. But the passive attitude of the fishing community, even though they may have such attitude and reluctance, we have done the acceptance study, and when there is an actual convenience produced through those policy, we realize that the fishing community will accept that if there is a real benefit. Rather than just persuading the fishing community to just follow the regulations, we need to show them that the technology can be of benefit, and if they can see the real evidence out of that advantages, then they will be open to accept the new technologies. Therefore, we need to think about the convenience of the fishing community first in developing the technology and refer that to the policies. Then we can change their attitudes from passive to more active. So voluntary engagement of the fishing community is important. Then for that, technology should provide real advantages to them to persuade them to break away from that passive attitude. So first, we need to disseminate the model cases and then optimize the financial support to the fishing community. Through these kind of measures, I think we can enhance the acceptance at the fishing community. Through continuous training and giving them the correct data, we need to support fishing community to understand the advantages of the technology and give detailed guidelines on how they can apply the technology at their fishing operations. So if we do so, fishing community will understand the policies not as a regulation, strict regulations, but the guideline to better the profit. To guarantee the value out of the policy, we are constantly communicating with the fishing community and share the outcome of the new technology so that they are well aware of the advantages. While doing so, we will be able to engage more fishing community people in this project. I think in order to secure sustainability of the fishing industry, voluntary engagement of the fishing community is very important. And again, technology and policy will have to consider their convenience first. That's all.
감사합니다.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, I think her message was all about, I think we have to do it right so that the rest can also follow, right? And I would like to invite CEO Jin Hyun-sang. So digital twin technology was introduced with related to smart aquaculture farm. The recirculating system is at the very forefront. So would you explain about how you combine the latest technology with the aquaculture farm? So domestic aquaculture farm, I think there are many limitations in Korea, Norway, and also the European countries. Aquaculture farm technologies has been already grown, and they are achieving size of the economy, and also China and Japan as well. When I went to China, Ningbo City, and also Nordic Aqua partners, I paid a visit to their factory for recirculating system, and they can produce the salmon up to like 4,000 tons every year. And also there's a Norway company which can produce at least 1,000 and also 5,000 tons of salmon. The construction is on the way. In Korea, for the first time in Korea, we just started to build the aquaculture farm with a capacity of 500 tons. And when small companies try to something like this, the cost will only increase to introduce AI technology, and it will impose a huge financial burden on small-size private companies. But we have government officials from the Ministry of Maritime and also Fisheries, and also subsidy from the Busan city government, and also GS Construction Company, which is partially owning our company. Thanks to their support, we could do smart aquaculture farm well. I used to be an employee of GS Construction, and GS Construction really helped us a lot. And smart AI technology will be best utilized to combine the technology of the Norway and also the GS expertise in building ocean structure, and also technology called LAS, and we are going to develop it into domestic model. So all of which makes a package of LAS technology, and we are going to complete it. So when we construct a facility by December, we are going to continuously accumulate big data, and utilizing IoT system, we are going to have a control system. At the same time, we are going to really nurture the best environment using smart IT for salmon, and also mechanical water filtering system, biological filtering system, UV sterilization system, CO2 eradication system, oxygen supply system, JWC system, zero water concept system. Unlike other countries, we're going to additionally put more technologies so that salmon can grow in an environment, really pristine environment, uncomparable to other environments. And also, a smart monitoring system will be also introduced to the tank to really selectively measure the weight and also the length of the salmon, so that they can be separated from others. And we are going to analyze the growth of the salmon, and we are going to prevent the development of disease, and also database decision making will be possible. And also, we are going to introduce smart AI to decide the best timing of transporting and sending our salmon to the market. One thing I would like to add is that the pioneers are always very difficult, right, to get approval from the government, and also in terms of the cost and investment, and also in developing technology domestically. So in the future, I would like to really emphasize that the mutual cooperation is very important among stakeholders for this 6 smart clusters. So your continued attention and interest are ever more important and needed. Thank you.
As mentioned, pioneers face a lot of difficulties, and we cannot know the business outcome of this first attempt. So that's why there's low acceptance at the fishing community. As you are supported by GS Construction, I know that you face a lot of challenges in introducing your novel technology. So now I would like to turn the microphone over to Director Hwang Jun-sung. So while listening to the presentation and panelist comments, so what's your thoughts on the policy direction? I only have 3 minutes. As the Director of Fishery Policy Division, before becoming a Director for Fishery Policy Division, I was in charge of maritime space. And at the time, with the private sector, I considered a lot on how to gather geographical ocean data, but it is greatly needed. And it was difficult to invite private companies to engage in the ocean data collection project. But if you think about the fisheries sectors, we need to implement total allowable catch. And if we look at the European countries, later on, this will become international standards. We have CPTPP and other trade convention And they have human rights chapter and labor chapter that prevents IUU and illegal labor. And monitoring on IUU and illegal labor should be done through those chapters, according to those chapters. If they take effect, then we will have to revise our domestic regulations, and coastal vessels will have to abide by the regulations by equipping the system. If one conglomerate is to lead this kind of effort, it would be okay, but for distant water fisheries, it's okay, but for coastal fisheries, it's done by small fishing vessel and low-income fishing communities, so we have a lot of concerns. So if the fishery product can be sold at high price, then it will pay off, but that's not possible in Korea. And many entities request the government to provide incentive or support, but it will be difficult to subsidize all. So that's the dilemma we face. In the fish farming industry, the ground fish farm or offshore fish farm, we reached the limits. As the people costs increase, oil costs also increase, and the feedstock costs increase as well. Due to these kind of cost increase, we need to offset this through AR system. We need to track the fish behavior and feed them automatically. If we introduce this kind of new technology, the cost will go down. And next year, we are going to implement a new project and R&D as well, so that we can lead this way. For that, I think we should commercialize this kind of approach, and the policy should suit that. Thank you. So it's 12 o'clock. Let us give 2 minutes more. Use 2 minutes more. We have 2 speakers on stage. And Mr. Jan Band, I would like to ask you a question, who is online. Recently, NVIDIA has published a model on climate change prediction to mention that the importance of ocean data. Previously, difficult data usage, I think NVIDIA's approach will show us a new way to solve that kind of issues. According to what you think, what's your take on the ocean prediction or disaster prediction project? You briefly touched upon that. Could you elaborate on the possibility of using ocean prediction data? And to Jean-Pierre Cusack.
My question for you is that acceptance among fishermen, especially for that technology, I think that raises concerns over privacy, and we still there is opposition resistance from fishermen. How can we increase the technological acceptance among fishermen? So I will give you 1 minute each.
Thank you very much for the question regarding NVIDIA. So you're probably referring to Earth 2, so as a digital twin, which also includes the ocean and extreme weather prediction. We're working actually together with NVIDIA in this kind of direction. The thing is that Earth 2 is mainly focusing on weather. So, and for sure, weather is a very important factor in the ocean space. But I think there's way more than weather to it. So my suggestion would be in future to enrich the NVIDIA model with real ocean data, underwater data as well, because this will give us a total new insight. So the technologies that NVIDIA provide, they are amazing, but the data is the key to the technology and to also using AI on it.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. And Jean-Pierre Cusack, Strategic Project Manager. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the question on confidence, and this definitely takes time. We believe that the regulations cannot go if they are only top-down, so we need to work on the other direction, talking to fishers, talking to fisher associations. So where fisher associations are open to discussion, then it's already half of the work to success, because they are the most appropriate parties to understand the objectives, the constraints, and to give the right message to their members. We have examples where the small-scale fishers, they find a kind of short-term benefit to establishing digital technologies like reporting their catch, establishing traceability solutions so that they can market their seafood at a better price, market directly to restaurants, reduce the intermediaries, etc. So there are successful examples, and the fishers associations are the best interface when it deals about technologies.
네, 마지막 질문.
Thank you. Thank you for answering. So today we have talked about sustainable fisheries and AI innovations for the future. We have talked about the way forward. So at the end of the day, by combining our knowledge and also the AI, we will be able to have a collaborative model. And all the efforts made by presenters and also discussants, I think we have to think it as a combination of the AI and also the human effort. So by utilizing fast computing capability, I think we might witness digitalization and also digital transformation over the industries. And I believe that we gained a few insights for us to help go forward. So this brings an end to the discussion session. For the fisheries session, I would like to thank the presenters who are joining us online and also other discussants. Thank you very much. Thank you. This brings an end to the fisheries session. And I would like to thank you, Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President, for chairing the session, and all of the presenters and also discussions session participants. And also in this afternoon, after lunch, we are going to talk about marine data and AI possibilities and also prospects of the blue economy era in blue economy session. Let us meet back here again, 100 p.m.
제공해드리고 있습니다. 들어올 때 받으신 수신기를 착용하시면 되겠고요. 채널 4번이 한국어, 채널 5번이 영어 통역이 되겠습니다. We provide simultaneous interpretation service for you in Korean and English. You could simply wear the device you received on your way into the hall and tune to channel 4 for Korean and channel 5 for English. And as soon as some of more participants come into the hall and are seated, we will go ahead and begin the session. Thank you. 네, 2024
2024, the 18th World Ocean Forum will begin now. I would like to welcome all of you to the Blue Economy session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yoon Soo-rin. So today is the very last day of the World Ocean Forum. As you may know, if you have attended previous sessions, we are holding it as a hybrid session. So there are participants who are joining us online and also offline. So when you go to the YouTube and also the website of the World Ocean Forum, you'll be able to the video clips which are being live streamed, and also you can check presentation materials, and also at the same time you can raise questions in real time. Please feel free to leave any question. So there are many presentations for us to attend. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you moderator for the Blue Economy session. Let me invite Deputy President Kim Min-soo of Korea Maritime Institute. Hi everyone, I'm Kim Min-soo, Deputy President of Korea Maritime Institute. I would like to thank all the participants who are joining us online and also offline for taking your precious time. Recently, The development and integration of marine data and AI technologies have opened up the possibilities of the blue economy era characterized by sustainable development and innovation. We are going to engage with each other to talk about these topics more in depth. So we are going to attend so many presentations on marine data and how the marine data is going to be applied to this industry innovatively, and also how we are going to foster international cooperation, and also how we are going to nurture talent, and so on. So please make sure you stay till the end of the session. So we have 3 presentations to attend, and after rearranging the seat, we will continue with the discussion session and also Q&A session. So please allow me to begin the session. The first speaker is going to talk about the value and utilization of ocean data in the AI era. And the speaker is the head of AI Analysis Division, Chun Hyung-mo. And also he achieved a PhD course in the US, and also he's serving as the head of the AI Analysis Division. And also he is serving as a professor at the Marine and also Fisheries Strategy University. He is a very best and also renowned figure in the arena. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Nice to meet you all. So I guess the moderator introduced me in a gracious way. Anyway, I am Chun Hyung-mo. I'm head of AI Analysis Division from KMI. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the value of ocean data and how it is utilized in real life. I am working at KMI, government-funded agency, research entity. So today, we are going to talk about the public data managed by the MOF. The ocean data managed by the MOF is just as you see on the slide. So this is what the categorization that's done by KMI. So this is not an official category given by the MOF. KMI operates more than 60 ocean platforms, and some of the platform is public, but some is for internal MOF use. So you can categorize into 5. We have Maritime Safety and Management Platform. Second is Fisheries Management Platform. Third, Marine Environment and Resource Management. Fourth is Port Logistics. And fifth is Maritime Information and Administrative Support. Let's take a look at it in detail. First is about maritime safety and accident management. So there is safety part, accident management part, and navigation support part. In each system, partly it is open, and partly it is used internally within the MOF. We have GCOMS, which is Integrated Maritime Safety Information System, that is for the public use. And for Maritime Accident Tribunal Support System is for the internal use only. And the accident part, navigation support part, we have e-navigation system for intelligence maritime traffic information system. And these are the part of the data that the MOF gather. This is the UI of GCOMS. As you can see, there are a lot of data shared on the platform. This is the piracy information that occurred in the sea near Singapore on 14th of September. Just like so, you can gather accident information. and other illegal activity information. You can see the report and check what kind of accident is taking place at sea. This is the system that we have for maritime safety and accident. And next is fisheries management. We have fisheries part, administrative part, resource management part, and fishing village development, seafood distribution and safety, and education and support. Just like the previous platform, partly it is open for the public use and partly it is used internally. Again, there are various data shared here. This is the fisheries management platform, one of the fisheries management platform. This is led by the MOF and the actual management is done by the KMI. You can see each species, the price of production, the status of catch, and price fluctuation. And what you see on the slide is for the chopped mackerel, and you can sort it by species. And third is marine environment and resource management. There are 4 categories: marine environment management, marine resource management, observation and forecasts, and tourism and leisure. So we considered a lot whether to include tourism and leisure into environment management because the tourism and leisure part is quite vague. So we separated it, but I think we will have to further consider whether to include it in the environment or not. In the marine environment management part, we see information integration and pollutant management, and all those data is gathered through that platform. In the marine resource management part, we have uninhabited island information management system, and the uninhabited island data is managed by the EMOF. The most important data from ocean is the observation data. So we have marine observation information system and marine forecast decision support system. And again, as mentioned before, we have tourism and leisure, and this is for public. This is the open sea data. This is ocean map service. This is for the public use. If you access this site, you can get a lot of data. For example, the name of the sea, marine safety directives, or marine forest information. So on the map, you can check. This is not for navigation. This is to just check the location or site. So we've made this site so that people can enjoy the sea environment. Fourth is more for the industry. This is for port and logistic management. We have port infrastructure management, logistics information, and other port system related platform. If you see logistic information management part, we have port MIS, port management information system. This is the UI of port MIS. You can see the entry and exit of the vessel that come to Korea. And the information is gathered really quickly. And last month, we can check the trade volume at port or by port. And again, this is for the public. Fifth is maritime and fishery information and administrative system. Through data management and analysis, we have integrated various systems. We have Sea Hub system previously, and we manage the R&D project through research information management. We have Knowledge Hub, 바다봄 Knowledge Service. We have 바다봄 system. If you access that platform, you can see the research project conducted under the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and the results of that R&D project. And you can see other public information and knowledge on that knowledge hub. You can see where you can borrow the books related to that publications and where the organization which is in charge of that publication. This is the UI of Pada Hub. All the data that I've mentioned before is integrated in this portal site. If you access this big data platform, you can check all the publication statistics, and if those information is not displayed on the site, there's a link to other sites, so you can refer to that as well. This is the platform related to public information. This is not directly managed by the MOF, but if it is used or related to oceans and fisheries, we gather the data here. So this is the big data platform. Various information related to ocean, fisheries, and ports, including some public data and commercial data, are gathered here. This is for the trade. We have coastal big data platforms. All the coastal accidents or coastal ocean environment data are gathered on this platform. If we integrate the coastal side and the MTIS information and big data C together, then you can get a full view on the ocean of Korea. The MTIS, which is on the left side, you can see transport safety issues, vessel operation incidents, and so on. I previously introduced GCOMS. You may think that it is redundant with GCOMS, but other than that, the GCOMS, the vessel operator can refer to the MTIS, and operator can get the data they need right away. So these are for the public use. So in short, we can see our data chain like this. We have safety and security information, for example, maritime safety statistics, ship accident data, and we have weather and environment data, for example, weather information, ocean observation data, and ecosystem data and pollution-related data. We have fisheries and aquaculture data, catch and fishing vessel, fishing gear information can be downloaded from there. And again, we have marine space and resources data. Depth data is for internal use only, but marine life resources information and uninhabited islands information are shared there. And as mentioned, we have port and industry-related data. So the database managed by the MOF and KMI, we cover all the data related to the ocean. We collect all the data and manage them according to this data management system. But the problem here is that we have the data, but we need to extract useful information from the data, and the user is not clear. So the title of my presentation is about the value of ocean data. Actually, this year, KMI started a research on extracting the useful information through the data. So we initially thought that the research project will be completed by now, but actually it's still ongoing, and the target date is revised to be November. So I note with much regret that I couldn't bring the outcome of that research today, but we found out at least some problems. The data itself is a problem. The MOF data, just like other data, they are public data. So we are, in terms of the value, it has public value, but in order to use it in the private sector and commercially, then there's another problem. And the vast amount of data exists, and many stakeholders gather the data. So standardization, connectivity among data, or stability or security of the data were not secure. So the data has a name, but if you enter that form or get access that form, you cannot extract the data format that you want. And user is again unclear. So there are a lot of data providers, but the end user is not clear. So in order to solve these kind of questions, we have done a lot of research. As mentioned, there was a big data platform project called Pada Hub, and the big data platform and coastal data platform. We have established those platforms to let the private sector use it for commercial purposes. We have so much data and we have different categories for that, so it is difficult to find the data I want. Data specialists may do it, but let's say you want to do a research on something and you want to do a business on something, then gathering the data related to what you want is not easy. So that's why AI is important in this field. This is the case studies of overseas. By this, I wanted to say that overseas countries are using AI very actively. So they have on their camera system installed at the fishing gear to see the movement of ships or fish. And onshore fish farm, you can use camera to detect the face of the fish and track the growth of the fish. You can analyze the importance of the nutrients to that fish. So I included in the video here, but I don't have enough time, so I'll skip this. But if we use AI camera, then we can catch or detect IUU camera. We have actually a use case of this. There was a ghost vessel. It was really difficult to chase that because they turned out the information system, but we use AI camera to detect the IUU fishing. So it's uploaded on YouTube. So if you want, I can share the link to that YouTube video. Next is aquaculture side. As mentioned, the feeding amount or actual feeding nutrient can be analyzed using AI. This is Japanese company. They have introduced AI system to breeding, feeding, and an actual food chain of the aquaculture system. The third presenter will be from NOAA. So this is sail drone, one of the drone, oceanic drone. So there is underwater drone and various forms of drone. It uses PV as an energy and sends the information in real time. Many sail drones were launched in the coastal area of the US to get the data and do an analysis of those data. I've heard that the project was quite successful. I'm not sure whether the third presenter will cover this use case or not, but as you can see, AI is used to analyze the data. Next is the use case from the shipping industry. We can do maintenance and navigational optimization. We can do preemptive maintenance forecasting. This is the case from NVIDIA. Previous to AI, we had low resolution. We had to be far away from the actual weather forecast site, but the resolution has been increased. We can see precisely on how the weather on the ocean is changing, and the information to the vessel will be better, improved. And autonomous ship technology, we incorporated AI into this as well. This is the port use case. This is the case of the Port of Antwerp. The Port of Antwerp built a digital twin of their port. Not only the discharge and loading and unloading sites, the entire port site has been virtually replicated. For port automation, they can use it, and AI is used for port automation as well. These are the cases of overseas. And now let's look at Korean case. we can do a predictive maintenance for a vessel. Let's say if the engine of a vessel go down, if you attach an IoT sensor and measure the temperature and vibration of the vessel, then we can do AI analysis and see when the vessel needs maintenance and repair. We can reduce the downtime of the vessel. So let's watch a short video clip on this. If you look at the video, this is how we measure the indicators. We can do diagnosis, efficient navigation, and compare it to other vessels. This is for the fisheries industry. This site is called Linked Up. So this is for the price realization or price optimization of the fishery resources. So if you visit the homepage of Linked Up, you can check various data related to price. But if you select certain species, then you can see which the fishing company catch that fish and the amount caught. This platform is called MapSea. This is made by a startup. This is AI-based real-time marine vessel safety system. They gather ocean data from various sources and they sell their platform. So the vessel can know which vessel or how many vessels exist near them, and they support docking and give prediction on the routes. Likewise, they gather data, give AI analysis as part of their service. This is not for commercial use, but this is the MTS system, Accident Risk Forecasting Service. We incorporated marine transportation data and applied AI and predicted the transportation volume or traffic volume at certain location. This is traffic forecasts. If you click the ocean forecast, traffic forecast, if you select certain time and date and see the forecast result, the traffic volume and accident rate is displayed like so. And many shipping companies and fishing companies are joining as a member of this site. Will upgrade the MTS system, and I think this service will greatly contribute to reducing accidents. As you just saw, AI has already been applied to the fisheries industry in Korea and abroad, but we are still in a fledgling stage and we have a long way to go. KMI is doing a lot of research on AI as well. We have dedicated the department for AI, just like my division, and research on how AI can be incorporated in our policy. We plan to hold AI forum so that we can exchange more data, embed those data, and train to our algorithm to extract useful data. So internal data will be embedded for our use to enhance the efficiency of our research. We do R&D projects, and I've mentioned we have 66 data centers which exist in isolation. So we are going to establish an LLM, large language model, so that we can use those data more efficiently. So we are currently consulting with the MOF. This is one of the report of our research project. So how we embed the data and so on is in that report. And this is the LLM that we envision for the ocean and fisheries. We have port myths and other public data. We have other institutions, for example, MOF, KIOS, and KMI. We are going to gather all those data to form a large language model for ocean, so specific use. And based on that, we are going to build an AI infra for the public use. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. So ocean public data. So speaker mentioned how those data are integrated and used in real life. Thank you for sharing that insight with us.
And let me invite the second speaker, who is Claire Joly, Directorate STI at the OECD. The speaker is going to talk about international coordination of marine data. So there's a time difference between Korea and the speaker's residence of country, so we are going to just listen to the video clip. 안녕하십니까. 저는
I am sorry I cannot be with you in beautiful Korea. I hope I'll have a chance to come back very soon. But I would like to thank very much the organizers for inviting me and for allowing me to present some of the recent work of the OECD on the valuation of marine data for improved ocean observing. I will share with you some lessons learned from surveys that we've conducted over the years, and I'm very excited to let you know that we will actually launch a survey with our colleagues from KMI on the Korean marine data ecosystem. So without further ado, let me go through the different slides. I am in charge of a special team in the OECD that deals with the ocean economy. We are managing the OECD Ocean Economy Monitor, and our work covers different fields. We are conducting ocean economy measurement with original cross-country and cross-industry statistics. We are now actually gathering data for more than 140 coastal countries for more than 20 industries over a 25-year time series. We also are doing much on ocean data and science for more sustainable ocean economies, with a number of activities concerning the economics of ocean observations, also ocean and seabed exploration, economic models, and we are also mapping ocean science and innovation policy initiatives. All this is coming together in a big report we are putting together right now called the Ocean Economy in 2050, where we are doing a lot of foresight work, and that will be launched in March 2025 in advance of the UN Ocean Conference. Our work really aims to support policy actions. We are supporting national ocean strategies, new ocean accounting for countries around the world. We have a steering group of organizations coming from different OECD countries. We are lucky to count the Korean Marine Institute as part of our steering board. We have a lot of activities concerning the UN Decade of Ocean Science. We support also, of course, the development of the program for the UN Ocean Conference, and our work with other teams in OECD are supporting a number of international processes that are very important for ocean governance. So, as you can see, for us, this work on the ocean economy has a close link to ocean observations. I believe everyone in this session is convinced that ocean observing is very important for society and for commercial activities. We know that physical, geochemical, and biological data collected in the ocean guide the actions of multiple actors. We show the economic value coming from collecting marine data. How can we justify setting up ocean observing infrastructure that collect very different types of data? Well, we know that some market uses are already well identified. At the OECD, we've conducted a lot of research with different stakeholders, and we identified the direct economic benefits, the indirect economic benefits, as well as some societal benefits that are derived from using marine data. Typically, in maritime operations, you do cost savings using data. Productivity, efficiency gains are also very important in shipping. Commercial revenues, cost avoidance, and improved predictions are very important. These are the type of market uses that can be demonstrated, that can be calculated. But beyond this, we believe there's much more. This is where the OECD expertise comes in. We went one step further. We are exploring the value chains of public marine data. Because beyond market uses, understanding the socio-economic value of public marine data reuses is still very challenging, because a lot of the traditional users are scientists in different areas, but we still have little information on the new users from ocean observing data. Most marine data repositories that are funded by governments, by public administrations, adhere to open data principles. And this is very important, but at the end of the day, that removes all barrier to data access, including any steps to collect information on the users. And this is, a problem. How can you actually demonstrate that many actors need to have sustained ocean observations when you cannot actually really come back to the users and ask them? So we are aiming with the OECD to close this knowledge gap, working directly with different marine data providers in terms of surveying the users of public marine data repositories, using a very new types of approach, the value chain approach. We identified a number of marine data variables. We characterized different user communities, and then we explored pathways through which marine data are used and transformed into actionable information. All this lays the foundation for measuring the societal value with, I would say, monetary terms. We have already had case studies with the UK and Belgium in Flanders, Portugal, and now we are launching into a new major case study with our colleagues from Korea. In parallel, we are leading work with GOOS, the Global Ocean Observing System, at UNESCO IOC, that's the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, and academia on actually economic valuation techniques. So you see, this work on value chains as well as the work on economic valuation is ongoing, and I think will be very important to make the case for ocean observing. In order to illustrate the complexity of value chains, but also the wealth of data and the wealth of different uses, here you have a quite complex graph. On the left-hand side, you have the sectors. We have commercial industry, environmental agencies, government policy. These are different domains that are actually then applying the data in different fields of uses. That may mean climate science, coastal protection, conservation, marine science, navigation, offshore wind. And all these type of data, and the different colors show different types of variables, are actually then used in concrete actions, from analyzing policies, risks, conducting research and development, managing marine resources. We see that a collection of different types of data, including biological data, actually leads to many different types of actions. Here we have a zoom on a specific case study that we had with the UK, where we looked in particular at the offshore wind industry, which is growing quite a bit in Europe, obviously. What we found is that the actors involved in offshore wind were collecting a lot of data, not only on the sea state, not only on the seabed, but also on biological parameters that they needed to conduct impact assessments. What we found is that putting all this type of data together, they were able then to take some actions such as analyzing risk, inform marine planning decisions, and inform operations. But beyond this, what we found is that recent regulations by the UK government to boost the uses of marine data to feed into compliances documents, reports, actually really created a virtuous circle where a number of actors, particularly from industry, really needed to have constant data, constant monitoring to actually be able to respond to their regulatory obligations. This is a very interesting case here for long-term sustained ocean observing. What does it mean for ocean governance and for policy decisions as well as commercial actions? Well, we need to have improved ocean observing to respond to policy and regulatory demands, particularly on what we call these days the Sustainable Ocean Plans, the SOP, typically having marine spatial planning in place, and improve actually ocean governance from local to global levels. In the current crisis, where we have climate change, biodiversity loss, and a deterioration of ocean health, we do need more data to put together sustainable ocean practices. But this is possible if we do step changes in ocean monitoring capabilities in different parts of the world over the next 5 years. We do believe it's possible if we can make the case. We think that scientific imperatives, strategic and economic rationales can actually contribute to actually make sure that we have sustained ocean monitoring put in many new places. We need also that governments check that open data platforms that they fund very often are actually accessible and interoperable. This leads to more positive value chains, how the data flows to many different sectors of the economy. And finally, here a big point in terms of not missing the digitalization wave and the artificial intelligence revolution. We know that digital twins are just on the horizon, but they do need data. They do need solid evidence to feed into the models. We know also that thanks to AI in particular, there are cheaper in situ systems that are coming. We know that there's also stronger goodwill of companies to share their own data for the benefits of larger communities, and more actors in civil society are actually involved in citizen science that creates many new opportunities thanks to the digitalization when collecting data on a local basis. So you see, there are many different possibilities to actually have improved ocean monitoring. Final point here that I want to mention is the possibility to put together incentives to involve more commercial actors that are already involved as maritime actors and who could actually be, I would say, more involved even in ocean observing to actually benefit not only science, but society at large. With all these elements, we think we can fast forward for improved ocean observing, benefiting not only industries, but also local communities and of course global ocean governance. So I'll stop here and please do not hesitate to get in touch if you have any questions. I wish you a very nice conference and a very nice panel to come in this session. Thanks again very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Although she's not here with us, please give a big hand to the speaker. So from Claire Jolie, a director, we could hear how the OECD evaluates the supply chain of the data and how it is linked with AI to do more work. And by 2050, ocean economy prospect report will be out next year, so definitely we need to pay attention to that.
Let's invite the third speaker. We have Chief Economist at NOAA, Dr. Monica Grasso. We are going to hear about marine data and U.S. businesses. Again, this is videotape, so let's watch.
For inviting me to participate in the World Ocean Forum. I'm sorry I could not be there in person, but I'm glad I could send this recording. Let me introduce myself. I'm Monica Grasso. I'm the Chief Economist for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the US. Today, I'm going to give you a brief overview about NOAA's missions and capabilities. And I'll also talk about our US Marine Economy Satellite account. And then I'll cover some of information about our ocean observations and how we are currently using AI applications. NOAA provides timely, reliable information based on sound science to communities and business every day. From daily weather forecasts, severe storm warnings, and climate monitoring, to fisheries management, coastal restoration, and supporting the marine commerce. We have 18 satellites in operation and provide 1.5 million forecasts and 50,000 weather and ocean advisories each year. NOAA also maintains a fleet of 15 research vessels used for navigation and scientific research, alongside a network of thousands of uncrewed systems, buoys, tide gauges, and other in-situ information that supports marine transportation. We archive 37 petabytes of ocean, atmospheric, and geophysical data and have sea level observations dating from 1854. The ocean observations and data is key for supporting our economy, and in 2017, NOAA started developing our Marine Economy Satellite account in partnership with our US Bureau of Economic Analysis. And this is the office that develops the microeconomic statistics for the US, such as the gross domestic product or GDP. The Marine Economy Satellite account features statistics on 10 sectors of the economy that depends on ocean, coast, and the major water bodies in the US. The first step for us in developing the Marine Economy Satellite account was to define the geographic and industry scope. The marine-dependent activities are the ones we define as ones that either takes place in the marine environment, like marine transportation, or by necessity, located in proximity to the coast, like coastal recreation and rental of beach properties. We also include activities that either use essential inputs from the ocean, like seafood processing, or produce goods and services predominantly for use in the marine environment, like navigational devices. And actually, it doesn't matter how far inland those products are manufactured. All the marine activities in the scope are classified using more than 50 industries and the 10 sectors I presented in a previous slide. The US marine economy contributed a total of $476 billion in economic impact in 2022, making up nearly 2% of the national gross domestic product, or GDP. And it generated $777 billion in sales and supported 2.4 million in jobs in 2022. When comparing against the US economy, You can see that the real GDP in the marine economy didn't grow as fast as the overall US economy, but had the same gross output or sales and higher employment rates. In terms of value added or GDP by industry, tourism and recreation was the largest industry group and accounted for 220 billion in output, following by defense and public administration with 194 billion and offshore minerals with 66 billion. The sectors that showed most growth in sales in 2022 included ship and boat building, coastal tourism and recreation, and marine transportation and warehousing. When compared against other businesses, sectors, the marine economy outsized data processing and internet publishing, utilities, and arts, entertainment, and recreation in the US. And we are currently working on the development of what we call an extension of the marine economy satellite account to include natural capital accounting. NOAA is working with the White House and following the UN Systems of Environmental and Economic Accounting, or SEA, to expand national measurements of economic well-being beyond GDP. NOAA has developed a series of pilots for natural capital accounts. Those are the living resources or fisheries, offshore minerals, and tourism recreation. And the goal is to understand and manage marine resources sustainably. And for that, we need to capture not only the market value of flows of ecosystem services, but also the stocks of the resources. The expansion of the marine economy satellite account to include natural capital accounting is a major project we are working on. Okay, now I'll shift to our ocean observations. NOAA maintains a complex and interconnected set of observation systems, models, decision support tools that connect across a broad array of societal sectors. These observations include aircraft, satellites, ground stations, and in situ platforms such as buoys, radar, ships, uncrewed systems, physical and social scientists as well. With this data, we develop everything from tropical storm outlooks, harmful algal bloom forecasts, sea level rise models, ocean chemistry, and local fisheries community snapshots. NOAA information streams are quite complex, and we use the value chain to map our observation systems to derive models and processes, and ultimately the services and decisions tools we provide to society. Here's a kind of simplified diagram showing how some of our larger observation systems connect to NOAA missions and ultimately the societal areas that they serve. Now, to ensure that our observations reach the public and industries, NOAA hosts the Integrated Ocean Observance Systems Enterprise. This is a coordinated network of people, technology that work together to compile and distribute data on our coastal waters, Great Lakes, and oceans. And a variety of tools is needed to collect data on global, national, regional, and local levels. Some of those tools are in the water collecting data, while many can be on land or even in space. Most of the data collected are streamed to a database, making them easier to access, and the information we also share internationally with the Global Ocean Observing System, or GOOS. Here are the locations of our systems just in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, and all over our coasts. Just to illustrate some of the work we do with the community. Now, the expected outcomes of that information we share, this is a trusted data and are the basis for the daily marine forecast, assessed immediately. It can be assessed immediately on smartphones. They feed into models that predict the water levels, currents, and salinity needed for safe transportation of goods through our nation's ports. They identify impacts of climate change and fisheries and marine ecosystems to improve management and more. We also currently have an exciting funding opportunity for the ocean observation community in the US. We had the recent Inflation Reduction Act that has provided NOAA with new ways to invest in climate resilience. And this program seeks to assist entrepreneurs and small businesses as they advance technologies and sustainable business models that are addressing critical needs associated with ocean resources and coastal communities, especially around 4 themes: ocean renewable energy, coastal and ocean-based carbon sequestration monitoring and accounting, hazard mitigation, coastal resilience, and ecosystems and coastal ecosystem services. Now we are finally, I'll show you some examples of AI applications using ocean observations. The NOAA scientists, forecasters, and decision-making stakeholders have vast experience building and leveraging AI-powered application, including for weather forecasting, ocean exploration, ecosystem assessments, and others. We are looking to harness this distributed brilliance and foster the emergence of community practice for impactful and trusted infuse of AI and NOAA. The first pilot project that we have is the one on coastal and ocean resilience. NOAA has developed a next generation land cover data for the coastal US with a high spatial detail on habitats and a spatial data set. And we expect that this information will guide coastal management decisions and also map flood extents using enabled satellite imagery. We also have this very cool coral reef 3D programming digital animation. Let me see if I can get the animation. Unfortunately, I can't get the video to run, but this 3D actually shows how AI can identify the species of corals and then look at the abundance of corals existing in a certain area. I think the video is attached to my presentation, and if the presentations are going to be shared, you'll be able to see the video. I'm sorry about that. Another application is the use of AI to develop a more temporal and spatial resolution of harmful algal blooms forecasts. The machine learning use bright resolution forecasts of shellfish toxins levels. And it's trained on chemical fingerprints images, and the accuracy is higher than 95%. Also, in partnership with the University of California, Santa Cruz, NOAA has developed a machine learning approach for automatic identification of rip currents with breaking waves. And then finally, my last example is this next generation of probabilistic coastal flooding forecast system. And this forecast system looks into search models to provide efficient and reliable prediction of coastal flooding in limited time. They're utilizing cutting-edge technology and capabilities of AI to conduct probabilistic prediction of coastal flood extent and inundation depths based on limited physical modeling of storm and tide surge. And we expect the outcome of this work will benefit emergency evacuation and decision-making before any or during the storm events. I know we cover a lot in this presentation, but please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. And thank you so much again for the opportunity to present today.
So we have listened through 3 presentations so far. Now we are going to have a panel discussion. Let's take 10-minute break so that we can set the stage and then resume the discussion from 2:10. So 10-minute break.
네, 우리 2024 세계 해양 포럼 블루 이코노미 세션
2024, the 18th World Ocean Forum discussion session for the blue economy session will shortly begin. Those who are standing outside, please come inside. And we have 75 minutes dedicated to Q&A session. So I think we can engage in very in-depth discussion on the topic. And again, please welcome Min-Soo Kim for chairing the session. We are going to open and begin the discussion session. And three speakers talked about the ocean data and how this ocean data is going to be applied and also is being applied to the industry. And all the three presentations, I think, gave us very much insight to do the brainstorming. And maybe we can talk about them in more in-depth. So we have 5 discussants for the session. We have 3 domestic experts here with us, and online we have 2 more experts who are joining us online. So can anybody check whether we have discussants ready online? Yes. I think we have them. Okay, now we will do the Q&A session. I would like to introduce to you about the discussants. I first would like to introduce to you about the first discussant, Emma Lockerbie, Program Officer for UNEP WCMC.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues.
네, 안녕하십니까 참석자 여러분, 내외기빈 여러분.
I'm Dr. Emma Lockerbie from the UN Environment Programme World Conservation Monitoring Centre, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. We're at a pivotal moment in the development of the blue economy, which is experiencing unprecedented growth. As existing sectors grow and new industries are emerging, we need to ensure that the development of this new economy is sustainable. A sustainable blue economy involves not only economic growth, it is about conserving, restoring, and protecting the ecosystems that our livelihoods depend on. It requires us to balance economic activity and development with the health of our ocean. And we need to progress towards a sustainable blue economy, safeguard not only the environment, but the long-term viability of the industries that rely on it as well. And at the heart of the sustainable blue economy is data. Accurate, timely, and standardized data allow us to monitor human activities, assess their impact, and make informed decisions. As Claire Jolly mentioned in her presentation, we need this data to inform policies that are required to move towards a sustainable blue economy and sustainable ocean governance. Data can be incredibly useful not only in monitoring and evaluating progress towards the various commitments such as Sustainable Development Goals, but it can also help us move beyond an over-reliance on GDP. GDP does not capture the impact that economic activities are having on ecosystems that underpin our economy. And so we risk ecosystem degradation and losing those economic activities. Again, as Claire mentioned, there are lots of frameworks and tools that exist, such as your sustainable ocean plans that countries are developing, and the use of ocean accounts, which is a way of collecting and collating that data in a way that it is best suited to the decision makers. These tools are incredibly useful not only in decision-making processes, but are incredibly useful in collecting economic data as well as our societal and environmental data as well. And I think in terms of sharing data, it's really important to consider that our oceans are connected in a way that transcends all borders. The impact of human activity, whether it's expanding marine industries, pollution, overfishing, or the effects of climate change, reach far beyond national waters. And the systematic and cumulative effects of these activities are felt globally, affecting biodiversity, climate patterns, and coastal communities. And it's this inherent connectivity of the oceans that means if we are to manage the ocean in a sustainable way, we need to have a global systems-based approach. And this relies on the sharing of data. The progress towards this is only possible if companies, governments, scientists, and other stakeholders are open to sharing their data to better inform the practices that are happening at the global level. We also need to make sure that we're including the knowledge from local communities and indigenous peoples, because often they are the most aware of the issues that our marine ecosystems are facing. This is an area that progress is being made, and from our work in the blue economy space, we have seen that the private sector are becoming more open to sharing their data and their knowledge, and we've seen this through insurance industry, where they are becoming more and more open to sharing the work that they do in order to promote sustainable practices with the industries that they are insuring. It's been really great today to hear how experts from around the world are investigating new ways of collecting this data and investigating how that data can be used. And this is really important in making sure that the data that's collected is the best possible data to inform the decisions that need to be made. And again, as Claire mentioned, closing that knowledge gap in how marine data is being used ensures that we are doing the best that we can for our oceans. Sharing data, knowledge, and best practices will help empower businesses, financial institutions, and governments to make informed decisions that benefit not only the ocean, but also the communities and industries that rely on it. By committing to cooperation, transparency, and inclusion, we can turn the blue economy into a force of sustainable, long-term blue economic growth. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your comments. So I wanted to introduce each panelist first and then ask for your comment, but we've heard the first presenters or panelists comment and insights first, and thank you. I think you emphasized the need to build an ocean data which is multinational and emphasized the need to forge international cooperation to further advance the humanity. Thank you for your insights. I would like to introduce our first panelist, Epiloque, further. She had a PhD from Cape Town University, and now she works in UNEP WCMC. She has worked in the UNEP for more than 10 years and in charge of blue economy research. Thank you for your insights. Once again, thank you. And let me introduce the second presenter. We have him online. We have Francois, President of ACRI. So I would like to ask you a question related to the first presentation. The first presenter mentioned that public usage of AI data is important. So as an expert in this field, do you have any comments to make on public data and AI? So could you share your insights on AI and public usage of the AI? Mr.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I was asked to talk about AI-based exploitation of public data, the strategies of exploitation of public data by AI, and to introduce some representative examples in France and the international community. Well, I'm European, so international for me is Europe. I apologize if it doesn't expand so widely in the world. There are two topics: public data, strategies to collect, store, and distribute public and exploit public data, and the use of AI. Most of the speakers here today are from governmental and intergovernmental agencies. So speaking of policies, I'm from a private company, independent private company. So I may be more practical because we are contractors. We execute the orders of governmental and intergovernmental agencies. We put things in place. First of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm a retired admiral of the French Navy, engineer, submariner, but nonetheless with two PhDs. In material science and oceanography. And in the last 15 years, we've built up a company of a few hundreds of scientists and engineers working mainly in data science. Nonetheless, we have a small coastal engineering office in some way for the applications of data science in the maritime domain. Data science, first and above all, is related to ICT infrastructure. You need to have, we are not GAFA, we are not members of the GAFA, not so big, but you need to have the capacity to collect, store, process, distribute data, taking into account that you will use data hubs. So for instance, a small company like ours has a capacity and already stores something like 120 petabytes of data, environmental data, to compare even to what was told by Bonica Grasso from NOAA a few minutes ago. NOAA has 77 petabytes of data. A small company like ours has to process environmental data to a level of 120 petabytes, taking into account that Earth observation currently delivers roughly 100 petabytes from satellite. Earth observation from satellite deliver roughly 100 petabytes of data per year. When in some way in 2012, the stock of Earth observation from satellite all around the world, except the spy satellites, was roughly, let's say, 60 petabytes of data. So today we receive every year twice the amount of data we had before 212. That needs to be handled properly. A small company like mine has roughly a computing capacity, internal computing capacity of 1 petaflop permanently, and we extend regularly. We get 1 additional petaflop from European clouds. And when it's not enough, we get to the Luxembourgish HPC, high performance computer, to go to 34 petaflops. Not so much, but you need computing capacity. And you need also to have the capacity to bring in the data, the flux. Your supply chain should be okay. You need roughly, a company like mine is obliged to have the equivalent of 50 gigabit per second network for the flux influx, and roughly 20 gigabit per second to deliver the data to the users and customers. So let's come now to the the strategies of public data, at least in Europe. Today, all the local governments, regional governments, national governments, and the European Commission, they all want to have their public data repositories. So we have a multitude, hundreds of public data repositories. And the issue is interoperability. For the interoperability, it's easy. You apply the INSPIRE directive of the European Commission, which is supposed to help us, let's say, have access to all the public data available in Europe. And most of the governments, local, regional, national, and so on, have, let's say, web services that are supposed to be interconnected. However, the main issue is about consistency. There is a lot of replication of data and data sets in the various public data repositories. And it's not because the file has the same name that the content will be the same. And what, for instance, I'll give an example, is when you reprocess Earth observation data from satellites. File's name will change, but when you reprocess the equivalent of 20 petabytes of the Sentinel-2 satellite's data, the difficulty is to distribute the 20 petabytes of data, or chunks of them, to the various data repositories. So at the end, some have the new data, others, so there is a maintenance, others have not. So we have an issue of consistency, not only of interoperability. Now let's come back to AI. Today, I consider that we do not use AI really for data analytics today in our domain. We use AI, machine learning, in some way to speed up prediction models, as was described in the previous presentation also by Noah. I mean, for instance, for the flooding of the 7 rivers in Wales and England, or for the same in La Gironde in France, we do exactly the same. You use AI in order to have empirical models that are quick to run, in order to be able to take quick decisions. Whereas if we were using CFD, computational fluid dynamics models, and physical models, it would take hours or months. The second, in fact, use of AI today in our business is generative AI, chatbots in some way, or search engines. Because clearly most of the decision makers need in some way to have a quick answer to the questions in case of crisis. And so to explore the data sets in the public data repositories, we put in place generative AI engines in order, in some way, to quickly answer to the questions of the decision makers and be able to advise quickly for them to take decisions when it's needed in near real time. I'll stop here. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
네, 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you again. Big round of applause. Thank you for that. So, I think you just said a very meaningful thing. So the marine data is not enough for us to study, and also utilization of the ocean is falling short. So you mentioned about the importance of a hub, and also we have to have a storage for ocean data, and also in order to share the data, just like how the European countries do, we have to lay a legal framework and also regulations, and also have to have rules. And we also have to think about how we can better apply AI onto ocean data. And let me introduce a third discussant. We have Kim Joo-hyun, Director from Ocean Economy Research Division. And the speaker has a PhD at the Seoul National University and also serving as the head of the Ocean Economy Research Division of the Korea Maritime Institute. So I would like to ask about the ocean data, its utilization. In terms of the blue economy, how is the ocean data is being utilized? I would like to ask you to give us a comprehensive thoughts on that. My name is Kim Joo-hyun from the Korea Maritime Institute. As is mentioned by the chairperson, from the perspective of blue economy, I would like to talk to you how the AI is being utilized and what's the future potential for the further utilization of the AI and to the ocean data. At first, when I was asked to talk about this, I did not know what to talk about this first. Why blue economy? And what's the common ground about blue economy between the AI and also ocean data? So that's what I would like to talk to you. And This is purely my own and personal opinion. I'm not representing the Academia Research Institute. So pursuing economic development of whole nation is definitely related to blue economy based on the understanding of the ocean becomes the very basic foundation for the blue economy, and relevant strategies need to be established. As you know, so much data and information is needed. Not only that, the innovation, sustainability, and also eco-friendliness emphasized by the blue economy. To secure that, the introduction of new technologies is important, and the utilization of AI is not a choice but a must. And so many consulting agencies and also research academia are reporting so many cases of the utilization of the AI. So yesterday I looked up the blue economy and also AI onto Google and searched for it, and tens of reports were out as a search result, and I really received a lot of help from the result. And the same goes for the KMI and also Professor Lecobi and so many experts, and also NOAA are introducing so many examples, and to secure sustainability and also to innovate the utilization of the AI, how is it being used and how the utilization can be expanded. I would like to share with you some of the examples of the real cases. And according to the McKinsey Consulting Service, there's a company called Black Quantum, and AI and also business data is being utilized. And for the last 3 years, the companies came under a survey on what efforts are being made to preserve the ocean. And Black Quantum, along with the Italian Association, they release annual report. And in order to come up with their report, 2,500 companies' sustainability report was analyzed using the AI, and so many sectors, including food and also textile, it found cases which developed packaging materials are friendly to environment. And this data is being provided as open source in GitHub, so you can also check it out. Another example is that I would like to mention the companies, Canada, the country, Canada, and also they do have the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime. And from 2019, they have established blue economy policy, and also they have reflected the public opinions and also improved their policy. And there's an institution, TIPSense, in Canada, and also along with the state government and Frontier Research Institute, IBM have provided support, and also they are running programs to link the companies with talent. And they are postgraduate students. And recently, the population of the fish, which goes through the hydrothermal power plant, was collected. And also in one area, in order to generate clean energy, the data on sound is being collected. And of course, there's a fault. And machine learning was used in order to identify fault sound data. In order to pursue blue economy, Korea is also actively applying the AI. So in terms of policies, the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime, we have established a basic act, and we have set the achieving blue economy as a vision. And also based on the analysis using the AI, we are going to optimize operation of report. And using the AI, we are going to establish a system in response to national disasters using AI. And by applying AI and the latest technologies, one of the main ideas is also to nurture the startups. And I would like to share a few more examples. As the first speaker has already shared with you visualized materials, I just would like to keep my remarks simple. There's a company called Fisheries. AI and IoT-based monitoring technology is applied. And here in Busan, they have conducted a project. And I think I've heard the name of the city from news. They first came up with a system to separate waste. And there's an Eco Delta city whose construction and development is on the way. And even under bad weather conditions, they have developed a system to collect and separate waste from rivers. And what's the relation between the AI and blue economy is what I have laid out to you. Then what is the future prospect? So I have looked up some papers on the internet. This year, in the Ocean University research, there's a journal that they have published, and the research was done to calculate the economic value of a blue economy utilizing the AI. And it turns out that when we use AI, then we can go a step closer to blue economy in a sustainable manner. And also by using the AI more efficiently, we can identify the movement of our fish population. And that's just only one example of many, and that will very, very, very helpful for our government to make decisions, and also we can manage fish resources, marine resources more effectively and also efficiently. But according to this paper, nonetheless, there are so many strengths and advantages of using the AI. There are also risks, which was very interesting, wrong modeling, and also precondition, and also there are unexpected external effects. And when we wrongly set the algorithms, then that will give us unexpected results. So rather, it would undermine the process of making decisions. And also the groups with enough capability of AI and those without, there's an issue of equality. And there is an expert called Jennifer, who is a very, very expert in this arena, and she said that the combination of the blue economy and also AI will be revolutionary. And when we fully understand the AI, and also emphasize that nurturing the expert who has a full understanding of this is very important. So we have to have enough opportunities for them, and there's increasing demand for the use of the AI. And also we have to have talent who has understanding of blue economy and also AI at the same time. Not only students, but also government and also leaders of the public and also private sector have to receive education on potential impact brought by the AI on blue economy. I also agree with this. There's a marine tourism data out there available, but we have to collect it, we have to analyze it well. Unless we fully understand the purpose of data, then collecting, analyzing data will be meaningless. And how we collect it, how we label it, and how we utilize it. So general the measures on to how we are going to use it needs to be a kind of a topic that we have to receive education on that, so that we can address limitations and also potential issues. So we have to provide education on this, and also to do that, I think this session is very timely and also meaningful. And I believe that today's session will lay the very foundation for the future forward.
So from the perspective of blue economy, I ask you to summarize the AI and ocean usage, and you gave all the correct answers. As you may heard, I think We have traveled to Mars. We know some things about Mars, but people think that they know ocean better than Mars. But if you go down to the ocean, you don't know the risk and potential of the ocean. So I don't think that human knows ocean very well. In order to prepare ourselves against those risks and tap into the opportunities that the ocean presents, we need data. And I think data is the building block of understanding the ocean. And AI is taking one step further, enabling us to utilize the ocean through innovation. I think that in that aspect, AI is very useful for us. Next panelist is Mr. Lee Cheol-yong from Kiosk. He got his PhD from Inha University, and he is the director of Marine Big Data and AI Center from Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I'll pose you a broad question. We know ocean big data exists, and we have been introduced about coastal big data program on the kiosks. How can we utilize AI? Good afternoon. I am Lee Cheol-yong, Director of Marine Big Data and AI Center of Kiosks. Today, I'm going to talk to you about ocean big data, how we can use AI, and the potential it presents. I think there are positive sides and negative sides as well, and we also have constraints. I think the theme itself is quite broad. Ocean big data itself is, the scope of it is getting bigger and bigger. Other than the ocean data, there are many data to be fused into the ocean field. As we discover more and more data, we need to think about analytics as well. In the past, the AI technology was used to analyze data and use as a prediction tool. But now we have generative AI. Accordingly, the collection, processing, and management of the data can be done by AI. So likewise, the scope to apply AI technology is getting broader and broader. So previously, we saw the tide heights, depth of the sea, and salinity of the water. We gather big data on this and analyze these. We only had observation data that was conducted one-off, but now we have real-time data and data from IoT sensors. If we fuse all those data, we can have a better understanding, and we need to analyze all those together. And how we collect the data and how we manage the data should be discussed. Among the content that the previous panelists mentioned, we have the data, big amount of data, for example, 20 petabytes of data from one satellite. If we develop it in AI that can handle such amount of data would be good, but we don't have the infrastructure or we don't have any business use case for those vast amount of data. I think we are taking baby steps. And this requires a lot of considerations from the research institute. And I think we'll have to create new use cases. In kiosks, other than the AI Big Data Center, many departments are using AI technology. In the physiology, chemical, or geography, we are doing a lot of research in these fields. And there's no single field that doesn't use AI. If you look at the research project, the title is contain AI-based R&D. So we need to keep a close eye on how the technology develops and how we are going to utilize it. So AI model development is not the end goal. The tool should contribute to the blue economy, and for that we need a policy support. And based on such policy support, the industry will have to use it, and for that we need to create an environment for the private sector to use more freely. The coastal big data platform was introduced, and I was in charge of that for 3 years. I had an interview with the coastal community, and when we ask about the need for the big data, they've mentioned that they think it will contribute, but they don't need it right away. So the awareness should be enhanced through PR or policy efforts. I think that kind of promotion is greatly needed, and make the culture to actively utilize the big data and AI. If not, then AI will be something, the field only discussed by the scientists. So that public awareness should be increased. To accelerate the further development of technology, we need to utilize the generative AI. From scientist perspective, when scientists did research project, AI was used as a tool for prediction. So now I think AI has been developed to take on the role of research assistants. AI can save time and enhance the efficiency of the research. So how we use this AI is more important, and create the opportunities to more actively use AI in a better way. If so, then the quality of the research will be increased. There are a lot of things that I would like to mention regarding big data, but I only have 7 minutes. So if you have any question, I'll ask later. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are talking about the ocean and also AI, so ocean intelligence. And I talk about it in a good way. And as you know, the speed of the advancement of technology is very fast. And we need legal foundation, and also we need a good understanding of it. We need to raise awareness among all of us. But still, I think we are lagging behind of the speed of the technological advancement. So what's been shared by experts is that because of all the advantage of the technologies, I think there's an issue. We still think whether we can really catch up with the speed of the technological advancement with everything that we have to do. And the last discussant is Kim Kang-hyun, professor of Gyeongnam College of Information and Technology. He achieved a PhD in Pugyong University. And also he is the Secretary General of Korea Ocean Research Institute. May I call you professor? I would like to ask you one question. As I mentioned earlier, there's a technological aspect about all this. We are talking about the utilization of the AI onto the ocean and the future prospect. Then who is going to really deal with the data and collect and organize the data, and who is going to advance the AI technology? I think at the end of the day, we, the human beings, we have to do it. And they could be experts, or they could be the person with expertise. So about this, maybe the company can foster an ecosystem, and there are ways to nurture talent. What do you think about it? My name is Kim Kwang-yeon, just introduced. So all the presenters and discussants, all the things that they talk in commonalities, that how we are going to really nurture talent, which is very important. And that's why I am the last discussant to talk about this. Nurturing talent is very important, and I would like to say that, of course, I'm teaching a student, but I left my university recently, and I went back to the private sector. And maybe towards the end of my remarks, I can talk more about why I did it. So nurturing talent is struggling. We are struggling to nurture talent because those who go to school, the population is going down, and also in scientific arena, we are lacking talent, and especially in the ocean industry, it is all the more problematic. So I think all the president of the universities in Busan came to attend the opening ceremony of the forum, and they already mentioned about it. Nurturing talent is very difficult as a person who taught students. And I would like to share with you measures on how we can nurture talent. First of all, Busan is the second largest city and also a city of ocean. And the ocean, AI, and also the AI and ocean. I have looked up the department dedicated into these sectors among universities in Busan, and there's none. Within the Ministry of Ocean and Maritime, recently the Department of the Ocean and AI was established, and they could only accept 9 students. In this kind of situation, how can we really catch up with the speed of the advancement of the IT and also changing environment? How can we really nurture talent to meet with these changing situations? So I would like to share with you my experience. Educational curriculum is very important. So establishing a new department in a university at the moment is difficult. So we have to think about how we can really converge with the existing departments and studies. So when it comes to curriculum, the studies on ocean and also the studies on the AI could be converged. So during the fresh year, the students can learn about the 2 topics, and then towards the last year of their university, again, they could learn about more advanced knowledge about the 2 topics. And what I'm about to say is more important. As you know, the academic population is decreasing and technology is advancing very fast, meaning that those who are already working need to be a target of short-term, mid-term education. So university needs to establish separate curriculums for workers. And also environment of those who are working in the actual industry needs to be also reflected upon the educational curriculum for workers. So university can really come up with feasible short-term, mid-term, long-term educational courses for those who are already working in the field. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, education online is very active, and there's an educational platform called MOOC, and globally renowned scholars deliver their lectures, and which was recorded, and such a video clip is uploaded on MOOC. And students who take the online class can also be recognized for that class that they took. And also industry academia cooperation is very important. So industry academia is important and it's easier said than done. But we really have to look back on whether the actual industry academia cooperation takes place. And there are so many joint projects that we can do along with the industry and academia. So we have to really come up with more and more of the cooperative project. And also we have to set and foster environment so that industry academia cooperation can be really possible. And then after finishing study, then the students who studied in this subject can go to the private sector working for the industry. And lastly, the role of the government is very important. The government has to provide very strong financial and policy support. Utilizing the government level subsidy, they have to really provide a lot of support. So when a project in the ocean starts, then it requires a lot of financial resources for a project, especially in the ocean. So not only education, but also we have to think about providing more financial resources so that students can really do have a hands-on experience. And the last one is accreditation system. We have to have more people who are recognized and certified by professional organizations. More of those people, then the bigger virtuous cycle will be created within the industry. And as the speakers from abroad have already talked about this, the international cooperation is all the more needed. And also, we have to analyze data on the demand for talent and also labor in this industry. We have to precisely analyze and also predict the future demand so that it could become very basic data for the university to create new studies or department. In order to nurture talent, of course, we have to have more roles being played by the industry so that the industry can attract good talent, and then in turn, the university will nurture more talent. So many presenters and also discussants talked about this, and commonality among being said is ocean climate, ocean observation were one of the things that they mentioned a lot, which is very, very closely related to ocean climate. One of the reasons that I went back to the private sector is that the company, the Showtech, that I'm working for, is dealing with wasted fishing gears, and then we are thinking about how we can recycle those abandoned and discarded fishing gears. So we are planning to issue a patent, apply for a patent. And the research should not be an end in itself. We should not just do research for the sake of doing research, right? We have to think about how we can help the general public to use the AI data. We have to really widen our perspective towards this issue. Here we have renowned researchers, including panelists and also speakers. We just talk to each other, right? And rather than us just talking to each other, all the things that we share here today also needs to be delivered to the general public. We have to think about how the general public and also fishing population is going to understand and is going to receive what we are talking here, right? So we have to be more practical in conducting research so that we can attract good talent, and that will contribute to the promotion of the local economy and also local industry. When local industry generates a lot of profit, then that will contribute to the booming of the local economy. So in this sense, the role of the industry is this. They have to think about demanders and also researchers, and they have to become like a bridge between them, and they have to play their role as a coordinator between actual consumers or demanders and also researchers. So in the future, I will serve myself as a coordinator and also a bridge between researcher and also actual demander. That's why I left university to work for the industry. Today, it is all the more pleasure and also honor for me to be part of today's discussion session along with the renowned discussant. And either it is AI or ocean, nurturing talent is very, very important. And I'm sure most of you reside in Busan, which is the second largest city and the second largest port city. I would like to ask for your continued interest and also attention for further development of Busan and for advancement of the AI.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you for your good comment. Among what you said, there was one impressive thing to me. You stressed the importance of the cooperative ecosystem of academia, government, and private, as well as AI. I think we took a first step towards that through this session. So I've posed my first question, and it is already 3 o'clock. I would like to ask the second question to 3 of the discussants. To 2 foreign experts, I would like to ask you one question each. To Emma Lockerbie first. You've mentioned that one impressive thing, you've mentioned that ocean data knows no border. To interpret that, related to ocean data, international cooperation is needed. I guess that's what you've mentioned. So from your perspective, the international cooperation, for that, we have national data and private data. So will there be any possibility of a platform for all the countries and private sector to share the data? So is there any possibility of that platform?
Thank you so much for your question. There are some platforms that already exist that are storing global data. There is Hub Ocean, there is the Global Ocean Data Viewer, and the Global Ocean Observing System as well. So there are already platforms out there that do contain data from scientists all over the world. But I do think this is something that needs continuing improvement. There's a lot of data out there, and in order for it to be most useful, we need people to be willing to put their data onto the platforms that exist. So from my point of view, it's not so much that we're waiting for these platforms. There are several platforms that exist. There are some data-specific platforms as well, such as there is fisheries data, there's open sources on the sea around us and from the FAO as well. But it's more we need the willingness of the people who hold the data to upload their data and share their data on these platforms so that it can be used.
Thank you for very useful information. So later we'll make sure that we go to the website and check what data is available there. And my second question goes to Francois Martin-Rosé. So as we discuss about it, we talk about public data a lot. So I'm not an expert in data. When there is a public data, there's a private data. And public data will be collected and also gathered, and also the private sector also will be collecting data. In the private sector, there could be overlapping parts of the data. And for the blue economy, if we can efficiently collect the data, that would be much better. So between the public and also private data, maybe we can connect it to each other and to have measures for users to efficiently and also effectively use the data from the public and also private at the same time without any waste.
Apologize, I was mute. Okay, thank you for your question. It's quite important in some way because all the speakers have said that data have values. Public data have values and are available for free because it's paid on public money, so by the taxpayers. But they have values nonetheless, socio-economic values. Private data have values, but they come from the commercial market. If they have values, you have to pay for them. And most of the time when we collect data, when people collect data for customers or consumers, they are paid to deliver the data to the guys that order the data. So the problem is how do you manage the fact that the data have values and in some way they have to be free, which means for any economist it has zero value, economically speaking, if you don't pay for it. So the main issue is in some way to transform private data into public data. That's the first thing. The second one is when you put public and private data on the same infrastructure, if the private data are confidential, whereas the public data are open, you have to manage properly the confidentiality and making sure that somebody who is not authorized to get access to the private data won't do it. And then when you have to fuse public open data with private confidential data, normally at the end it has to be done in confidentiality if the information is supposed to be confidential. So there is a practical issue. So I come to my 2 points are first, there is an economic issue, and then there is a practical issue. And of course, I don't give any, there is no moral on that. I'm not saying that private data should not become public data for the sake of humanity.
네, 감사합니다. 저의 무지를
Thank you for your comment. You gave further explanation, and thank you for enlightening me with your expertise. While listening to you, I realized that public data is really important because private data is something we need to pay to get it. So I think public data will have to be used more to guarantee more accessibility to the general public and create more opportunities from there. My second and third question goes to Mr. Lee Cheol-yong. During the keynote speech yesterday, the chairperson of UNIOC mentioned that when applying AI to the ocean, there can be challenges. Among those challenges, he mentioned data reliability should be guaranteed, and data bias should be solved, and AI data should not be biased, and contamination of the data generated from the AI is a problem that we need to solve. So I want to ask your opinion on this. I would like to know whether these kind of problems frequently occur and how can we take measures against this. When developing AI model, one of the issues that we face is what you've mentioned. When biased data goes into the model, then the AI algorithm learns wrong thing. So domain experts will have to produce quality training data. And they need to check whether the data should be input to train the algorithm or not. And standards should be established on that as well. We have AI ethical committee, and they see the ethical aspect of the data. But at the same time, we need to make a judgment on whether the algorithm should learn this data or not based on the quality and reliability issue. And we will have to think about this. And on this, ocean scientists' responsibility is there. The data gathered from the sensors contain errors. So calibration should be done. So to what extent we are going to do the calibration and imputation to fix and train the AI model well is something they will have to consider further. In nurturing the personnel, I want to recommend some things. We need to have personnel or students with all-rounded knowledge on AI. So even though they're ocean students or ocean personnel, they need to have a knowledge on the AI too. So the training data set, if the scientists train the AI algorithm without knowing the ocean, then the outcome from that AI algorithm will be useless. So the domain experts should engage in training the AI algorithm on the ocean. In going forward, I hope that there will be policy support on this as well. Currently, when developing the AI model, the biggest hurdle that we face is that as the data set is established based on crowdsourcing, the labeling of the data is not done well. And the algorithm learns those wrongly labeled data, and the output or outcome from that model is sometimes useless. So we need to have a monitoring and management system on this. If not, then AI can be a disaster for us. So that's the food for thought from my side.
감사합니다. 재난으로
Thank you. Yes, I think you said that it could come as a disaster. Yes, I agree with that. And we have so many people here using the ChatGPT. I'm sure you already have relevant experience to this. So yes, we can get good results from ChatGPT. But we always doubt the ChatGPT, whether it is true or false, right? Who will verify this? Yes, sometimes when we use the data from the ChatGPT to write a report, sometimes, yes, I become very hesitant. So in utilizing the data, I think it boils down to the same issue, how to verify, how to manage the reliable data. So I think all of the things are what we need to put into consideration. So it's 3:10. We have 20 minutes to go, and we'll take questions from the floor. We have been talking to each other for a long time, although the time given to us is not very long, only 20 minutes. Any question, any comment? I'm more than welcome.
예, 2부 먼저 하시고 두 번째 이렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 죄송하지만
Please state your name. Hi. I worked for Woody Bank, and I can tell you from the perspectives of a person who worked for the financial sector. Blue economy, the concept is a new concept to me. And what I've been thinking is that for now, Busan City University, whether or not to establish that university is coming under review, and I opposed the idea, thinking that it is a waste of our budget. But after listening to your presentations and discussions, made me feel that we need to nurture talent. I thought that we have already people with great expertise in this arena. That's why I opposed to the idea of establishing new university. But you are saying that we are lacking talent. So maybe I think I have to really change my opinion. Busan is a port city and the city of ocean, meaning that we have to generate income from the ocean. And we have to really think about whether making an investment into this will give us economic benefit. And I heard that initial investment is huge. If that is the case, how really we can how we can monetize our initial investment? So it is heard that it takes about 150 billion Korean won to establish Busan City University, and all the things that you mentioned, the blue economy and all that. How and who is going to guarantee monetization out of making an investment into all the things and also efforts that we are making for blue economy? For example, we have to at least know that the success rate will be like over 80% and 90%, so that we have a firm ground to ask for the central government to give us financial resources. So to execute something, we have to verify thoroughly so that we can ensure ourselves that this will generate more money for us and also creating jobs for Busan, and also it will lay great foundation for Busan to become a global city. I have shared my idea as a person from the financial background.
Yeah, very good question. Okay. 질문을 듣고.
So after receiving the second question, we will give you an answer.
Thank you. I was waiting for the microphone. Hello, my name is Simon van der Wulp. I'm from North.io, company from Germany, software developer and host of the True Ocean data platform. A very interesting discussion, the use of AI and ocean data. I'd like to give a short view from my perspective and also a reference to a project which is, I think, very important in this discussion. At first, AI, we've seen different applications, only a few of the infinite applications you can use for AI. Yeah? So actually what we've seen is information drawn from data, which is of course the target. However, an AI is just like any other algorithm, but maybe more powerful. It is a way to get information from data, which depends on the perspective. What are you looking for? What problem do you want to solve? So that's the first thing you have to put in the center. And to train an AI, you need data. A lot of data. Data is actually the limiting factor. Setting up an AI is not difficult anymore, so that's and getting better. So then we come to the point of the data, and I think Mr. Bade stated it very good, that and Mrs. Lockerbie as well, the availability of data is the crucial point. And there we've got then the 2 points. We've got the public data, we've got the private data. They both have two different, well, they've got the same value if it comes down for AI and how you can use it, because you need that data to run the AI. It's got a different background in where it comes from, who pays for it, and how to make it accessible. And also clearly stated and also confirmed by the panelists. Public data should be public, and you need to be able to find it. You've got many different platforms, but you would like to know what data is available, where, from what time, what parameters, what dimensions, etc. For the public sector, it's the same thing. You need to know where it is available. But of course, you've got a lot of so-called data silos. So data is set on by the organization who paid for it. It's inaccessible. So the crucial point in this discussion, to my opinion, is the findability and accessibility of the data. For the private sector, they've got another obstacle. They cannot just give it away because they paid for it. It's probably paid by their customers, so it's not that free. It might even be restricted in security. So you have to overcome this. That's very important. So uploading, like Mrs. Lockerbie also indicated, we've got a platform, upload it there, and then we've got it all together, is not going to work. Because the data platform, nobody's going to put their data there. So now we come to the point I'd like to make, or the reference I'd like to make, and this was also mentioned in the session before here about fisheries, about the Marispace X and FishX projects. These are European-driven projects, and they don't talk about collecting the data on one single platform. They've got a decentralized system, so everybody can have their own data on their own way, but there's a platform where people can offer the data, so they can make it visible to whoever is interested in this. And the actual data exchange takes place as soon as the two parties get to know each other and they've got a common agreement on how to use the data, which could be public, so freely accessible. It could be under certain conditions. It could even be monetary. But making it visible and searchable is the first step to make data available to drive AI. So that's the point. So maybe also for those interested, Marispace X is, I think, a good reference to discuss this topic. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We have received two very good comments and also opinion. And maybe the head over the center, Chun, can answer the second question. So yes, I could tell that you're from Germany. GaiaX project and MySpace X are also the project of my interest, and also I paid a visit to Hanover Best, and also I checked the state of those projects. And other than that, North Pacific Scientific Research Institute, PICES, there's a T-Court, Technical Coordinator. Data exchange is the committee that I'm participating in. For example, sharing metadata. How can we really expand the data availability, and also how can we better use that data for developing better AI model? But the current status in Korea is that we are being very conservative towards public data. We call it public data. However, at the government level, all the public data is being used for administrative affairs. And also, we are in an armistice treaty against North Korea, so there's restrictions in terms of using public data. So we have to take that special situation into consideration that we are in. So going beyond that restrictions, there's a Ministry of Science and ICT, which provides a policy support. There's a coastal big data platform which combines public data, and that is the platform to provide public data to the private sector. And also there's data from private sector. Again, the platform for sharing private data is now on the way for establishment. So by sharing such metadata, efforts will be there continuously to make sure the utilization of the data. And also my X-Space is one of my interests, so we could talk about it later on more.
So I will give the answer to the first question asked. So Busan Metropolitan City is attempting to establish a graduate school of Busan City University. And you've mentioned that we need to check the profitability of establishing yet another graduate school. I think university has to nurture talent, and somebody has to do it. Let's say if Busan City established a university, should we prioritize profitability? three sides of the Korean peninsula is surrounded by ocean. There are some conditions, I think. If the Busan City wishes to establish Busan City Graduate School, then the structure should be different from other university. And there are some unique characteristics of Busan that should be considered as part of the graduate school. And I think university or graduate school should not become the means of earning money. So I think the future depends on the next generation talent. We cannot prove their profitability. And as this is a city university and city graduate school, then we will have to nurture talent that can contribute to the country. I think somebody will take the responsibility on making the decision, but when we establish the Busan City University, then we will have to make an organization that can contribute to the unique characteristics of the Busan industry, for example, tourism, maritime, and so on. If that is yet another university or graduate school, then I will oppose to the idea just like you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. We only have 5 minutes to go, and the next section will be held in this same venue. So I know that we could spend a couple of more hours, right, exchanging more questions and answers. I can read the room, but I think this brings an end to the session. We better wrap it right now. So for nearly 2 hours, we have talked about marine data and AI possibilities and prospects of blue economy era, focusing on blue economy. So we have dealt with so many topics and hope the information that we have shared turns out to be useful and beneficial to all of you. So I think there are many things ahead of us, right, for us to achieve and to make more efforts. I would like to thank many people who are joining us online and also offline. I also would like to thank 2 discussants who are joining us from abroad and also 3 discussants offline. Thank you so much.
네, 우리 블루 이코노미 세션.
So I would like to again invite all of you to give a big hand to Chairperson Min-soo Kim and also 5 discussants. Thank you so much. So this concludes the Blue Economy session. We have the very last session to go. I think it will be a very good opportunity for all of us to share what we have been talking around this issue for the last 3 days, including today.
the very last session of the 2024, the World Ocean Forum will begin as soon as you come in. So those who are standing outside are kindly asked to please come into the hall and be seated. 네, 본 세션에서는 역시 동시 통역을 제공해드리고 있습니다. 들어오실 때 받으신 수신기로 채널 4번은 한국어, 채널 5번은 영어 통역을 들으실 수 있습니다. We provide simultaneous interpretation service for you in Korean and English. Tune to channel 4 for Korean and channel 5 for English. Once the hall is settled, we will go ahead and begin. Thank you. 네, 바로 에필로그.
So we will just begin with the epilogue session. So finally, we came to the very end of the 3-day-long World Ocean Forum. So during this session, we are going to summarize what we have shared for 3 days during the forum. So we have presenters here on the stage. So it is like a group of Avengers all gathered on stage. So we are going to invite each of you to share your remarks. So I now would like to invite the Kim Hyun-kyung, the president of the World Ocean Forum Organizing Committee from the Penstar Group. So would you mind if I just proceed with this session, being seated? So thanks to all of you who are here, it sounds like we have successfully concluded all the sessions, and sorry for not being able to participate in every single session. I heard that there were so many participants who came and we did not have enough seats prepared, and also during the session in which Anne participated, participants were just waiting, standing and waiting and also participating. So for the World Ocean Forum, we have talked about the AI computing and how is it going to be applied to the ocean. And also we had a number of meetings among the organizing committee members, and also we organized this forum into different thematic sessions. So did we have 12 different sessions? Yes, that's right. So we are going to talk about the things that we have shared in the session. Some of it were the topics that we have expected, and others they were like unprecedented topics that we have talked about. And I heard that government officials participated in 4 different sessions, for example, marine policy, fisheries, and also ocean fisheries, and more. So they were here to engage in discussion with all of you. So I would like to briefly talk to you about the overview of what's been presented by presenters. Then I would like to invite every one of you. So we tried something new this time, because up until now we have invited a globally renowned figure for a keynote session, a keynote presentation, and we wanted just to promote this forum to the world. That's why. And the topic of this year's Ocean Forum is AI, and we wanted to know how the AI is going to be applied to not only the ocean but also to the daily lives. And I think we do not have a very specific ideas on what's going to happen around the AI and computing, all the design process of the computing chip, which is used to produce semiconductor chip, is also used ChatGPT, and there are some people saying that ChatGPT has been there for the last 15 years, and no, it's been 20 years. So what it does is that it collects a huge amount of data, and also it can deduct the data, and it can even recognize what's dog and what's cat. And also, I heard that it took 10 years for the system to be able to distinguish what's dog and also what's cat, but now it is further advanced enough to have dialogue with the humans. And when we throw a question about the world to AI, and the AI answers the question, that's the capability of the AI these days. So at the moment, there's no hegemony around the AI. So we have put a lot of thoughts into who we are going to invite as a keynote speaker. And World Ocean Forum has been playing its role to present a new direction, but we thought that maybe we have to have this year's World Ocean Forum as a new beginning for the new direction. And through the CEO John Huang of the NVIDIA, as you know, it's the company has grown so big. And he was an unknown figure before. And we have looked for whether we have that kind of a figure in Korea. Maybe we have 4 or 5 persons. We are very strong at hardware, but there is a company called Fisheries, which has not grown to be a part of a conglomerate, and the company said that it is going to design a chip by itself. So when we decided to invite the CEO of the Fisheries, he was very pleasant to accept our offer as a keynote speaker. And there's Michida Yukio, the PhD at the Tokyo University, and there's a IOC and the UNESCO, not Olympic Committee. It is more like an intergovernmental committee, and he has expertise in microplastic in the ocean and also climate change. And how to deal with ocean waste. There's a professor who conducts research on predicting potential ocean waste. So he's also a globally renowned person. So he threw a key topic, and also CEO Peck, another keynote speaker, was also invited to find common ground between the two sectors, and also the semiconductor chip that could be used for the ocean industry, all of which will cast a doubt and throw a question to all of us. And the two persons are like pioneers in their respective area. And not only in Korean society, climate change is affecting our daily lives a lot. But 5 to 6 years ago, when we first started to have a forum on ocean, that did not garner much general attention because it sounds like the topic is something that is not so relevant to our daily lives, but something in the distant future. But as we come to suffer climate change, I think we all know that the climate change issue is here, and there's a global scholar which really the person who we asked the person to pay attention to the Ocean Forum was one of the reasons. So we have invited 2 keynote speakers for all the reasons that I have laid out. So the beginning of this World Ocean Forum was very small. And I heard that it turned out to be very successful in combining the two very different sectors and set the right direction for forecasting the future of the AI and the ocean. And we were going to have 11 or 12 persons for the epilogue session. On 24th, the very first day of this forum, the marine and bio session was the very first session. So the presentation and also atmosphere, I would like to hear from you, Lee Dae-sung, head of the Marine and Bio-Industrialization Division of Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. Do we have him here or not? Okay, then Dr. Chang. Yes, I think you need to give us overall reflection over the forum.
I am Jang Ha-yong from Busan Development Institute. In the epilogue session, I am given the chance to summarize the World Ocean Forum that we have for 3 days, and every year I participate to give you summary. So this year, the forum faced a lot of challenges because, AI, the topic of AI seems easy, but it is difficult to find practical way out. But the World Ocean Forum and the planning committee members under the leadership of Kim Hyun-kyum made a lot of attempts to find answers to the challenges we faced. Like Mr. Kim mentioned, I feel like I'm meeting with avengers of the ocean industry. Everybody is the experts in their own field, so they try to answer your question. They seem like an AI to me. So please give them all a round of applause.
저에게 주어진 시간이 5분입니다.
I only have 5 minutes. After Mr. Kim took office as a planning committee chair since 2019, he have prepared this epilogue session. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll only touch up on the essence of each session. So the theme this year is ocean intelligence with AI. So in analyzing the content, we use AI, and we watch what kind of recommendations was made through AI. So we thought that it fits our theme, and we could confirm that AI can show us some of the good recommendations. So first, we gathered the data on ocean and AI and selected 300 keywords, top 300 keywords. As you can see, we have made this word crowd. For ocean and AI, I think there will be many other topics to talk about. but there's complexity in each theme. So the planning committee considers on how we are going to deliver the story out of these words. So the theme ocean intelligence, we have talked a lot and a lot of people made suggestions. And we have asked AI to summarize our thoughts. So on methodology, AI suggested us to discuss about how AI will be used in the ocean industry, such as big data, to incur business innovation, business model creation, and K, blue economy, and strategy on international cooperation should be established, and it should contribute to continuous economic growth and innovative change. And AI mentioned that ocean intelligence should take future-oriented approach. So I'm going to show you some numbers. Ocean intelligence with AI, the theme that the planning committee has suggested for this year. We check whether this theme fits the trend, and AI gave us 95 in score. And the ocean intelligence incorporated all the key trends in ocean aspect, but what we lack, the missing 5 points, was because we didn't cover AI ethics and data security. And on the presentations on ocean intelligence, we asked AI whether the presentation fits the big theme of ocean intelligence, and we got 83. So compared to 95, 83 may seem lower. But I am a specialist in this World Ocean Forum. And I know that this year's presentation really suited the big umbrella theme of ocean intelligence. We had to cover vast area of ocean, so 83 may seem low to you, but I think we have covered all the sectors very well. And AI mentioned that we have took a comprehensive approach to the subject. While preparing the epilogue every year, I have selected 10 keywords. As this year we discuss about AI, I asked AI to summarize 10 important points of ocean intelligence. And AI mentioned that World Ocean Forum this year will have to establish a new paradigm for future ocean to enhance the competitiveness of Korean ocean and to further advance the ocean science. And that was a summary given by the AI on the presentations made during the World Ocean Forum this year. I think that was a big theme that all the presentation contained. So in 2024 WOF presentations, what kind of insight were suggested? So I asked AI again to summarize top 10 insights. So the result was like so. The conversion of AI and ocean technology, it will bring innovation in the ocean industry, and it will create new business model and lead sustainable development of the ocean industry. So AI suggested that we need to make an effort to incorporate AI to the ocean industry, and I think we took a very good first step through the WOF. Third, so I asked AI again to select top 10 suggestions throughout the presentations made during the 18th WOF. So I wanted to summarize the suggestion made by each session. So ocean is a public goods. And AI suggested that the public organization need to support in AI technological development and talent nurturing, and also legal and regulatory support will have to be made, and local projects should be pursued. So that was the suggestion made by AI. So far in 2024, we saw the AI summarization of our WOF, but each session moderator will share their insights in the epilogue every year. I draw a big picture on the World Ocean Forum, and this is a one-pager on the 18th year history of WOF. And this year, under the leadership of Mr. Kim Hyun-kyum, chair of the planning committee, I want to tell you what kind of new attempts have been made throughout the 7-year period. As Kim Hyun-kyum is the winner of the Marine Grand Prize during the gala dinner, many people say that he is someone who is very innovative and he is a pioneer. So likewise, I think he attempted new things every year, and the epilogue was made in 2019 after he took office. So I think it's part of his new attempts. And various themes were covered throughout 18 years. So under Mr. Kim's leadership, this is my own personal assessment on the results. I think we covered more realistic and practical theme. If you look at the previous theme, we dealt with some general themes and an overview, but since 2019, we started to talk about some practical solutions, and the big theme of WOF was to suggest the agenda. If you look at the period between 2018 and 2024, during the term of Mr. Kim, I asked AI to select 5 big things that has changed. First is organization and operation. Before he took office, there was no participation from the industry, but since 2018, the private sector actively participated. I think if we can expand the term of the planning committee members, then it would be good to deepen the expertise. And we started to hear more about the demand side of the story in the ocean industry. And the content, we have strengthened the content delivered through the WOF. And international participation. We have invited foreign speakers through a hybrid format. We use online and offline hybrid methods to go beyond the constraints that we have physically, so that was a good attempt made. And continuously, the attention on the WOF is getting increased. To add on to these AI suggestions, when we select the theme of the WOF, every year we came with the theme very late, so it was difficult to induce the participations from the public. But Mr. Kim changed this framework and selected the big theme early on. So I think that is another innovative approach that we made. The epilogue session is not just a simple summary of 2024 WOF. It is to prepare for 2025. Using AI, I ask what kind of efforts we need to pursue in 2025, and AI suggested a blue horizon, aqua nova, and ocean sphere. So these are the new concepts suggested by AI. I think the Avengers, the planning committee member and moderator, will also cover what are the things that we need to further make efforts in 2025. Lastly, unlike other conference, the World Ocean Forum is not a one-off event. We incorporate the suggestion made during the WOF into the policy and make practical suggestions for the industry. I think that's unique for the World Ocean Forum. Through WOF, we talked about artificial intelligence, and everybody agreed on the need to incorporate the technology, and everybody suggested that we need to establish law related to that. In the previous sessions and during the previous National Assembly session, there was an AI-related act being suggested. But during this period of National Assembly, various bill has been suggested related to AI. So ocean sector as well will have to establish a law related to AI on this. We need to have specific law and regulations. I think the WOF has contributed to legal introduction by suggesting the agenda items that we need to cover. So this is for your reference. With the contents that we have gathered here, we are going to discuss it with the central government so that it can be incorporated into the national agenda and the law. I think that will be the end goal of 2024 WOF. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying all the rules and the systems behind WOF. So about what you said, after the end of the forum, what's most difficult for us is that when we first started this in 2018, there were so many and various topics, and we doubted that whether we'll be able to deal with so many different topics. And as 7 years went by, I think it turned out to be successful and also possible. Out of 12 sessions, we could come up with alternatives, and also we have added a function of governance. Busan City and also the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime, they send government officials to respective sessions. So all the things that are being shared on site, it can be delivered to directors or deputy directors, so that what they have heard from this forum is reflected onto the policy in the following year. I think that is also one of the great results from the WF. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, as always. And also, we have 2 people who were dedicated to the marine bio, and Peg Yong-chung, maybe Secretary General, could just summarize about these 2 sessions. Hi. My name is Peg Yong-chung, Secretary General of the WOF Planning Committee. I was not a chairperson, and we had another person who was chairing this marine bio, and also Dr. Yun Chu also served as a chairperson for cruise, but the person could not be with us because the person is occupied by the schedules. So yes, this marine bio was the very first session, and it was the kind of a session right before keynote session, and we meant it that way because when it comes to ocean intelligence with AI, I think that topic is very much closely related to marine bio and vice versa. That's why we put it before the opening ceremony, and also we could talk about the current status of the technology behind ocean intelligence. So on the day, we had 7 participants, and 2 are from universities, and 2 are from businesses related to marine bio. And as you know, bio industry is one of 8 major industries that we think as a engine for future growth, and especially marine bio we had a very meaningful discussions around the implication of a marine bio in the overall bio industry. So that's why we held this session on marine bio. Attending presentations and discussions, we really came to reach a common ground for the importance of the marine bio sector, especially as part of efforts to have this marine bio as a future engine for growth. We thought that cooperation among stakeholders, especially industry, academia, and the government, need to come together. So we recognized the importance of the mutual role, especially policy is very important. That's why the officials from the ministry participated. And also the National Ocean Resources Research Institute. The speakers are from that institute to deliver the presentation, as well as professors from postdoc as well. So synthetic microorganism, I think it might sound quite difficult, and I think that session was very meaningful to garner attention toward this synthetic microorganism as well as deep learning. And to further develop this microorganism industry, we thought ourselves what role needs to be played by the ocean intelligence. And participants thought that this is very new to them. So I think that's why it is all the more important for us to further develop this technology. We thought that definitely this is a very promising industry. And next, I would like to talk about cruise session headed by Associate Researcher Yunju. So the cruise session is like a flagship session for WF. So cruise session is very important session throughout WF. So in the first year, we thought about the potential of the Korean cruise industry and how we are going to really overcome the stumbling blocks in terms of technology and also laws. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, we checked the current status of the cruise market in the Asia and also in the world in the process. We came to check and also understand the current status of the cruise industry in Korea. And also we again came to know about coastal cruise industry, which is a relatively new area to us, especially we had the government officials from the ministry, and the person could hear the opinions from those from site. As a precondition to further develop this industry, of course, profitability is the most important thing, which was raised by people from businesses. So in order to secure profitability, casino on board became the hot topic. So especially from the floor, we could feel that definitely the sentiment around the casino on board is changing. And also that brings about social issues, and also at the same time it carries economic value. So it was a hot topic for a debate and also discussion. And I think definitely the discussion around how to strike a balance between the two were very important. And in the cruise session, last year, 200,000 people enjoyed cruise, which is far exceeding 170,000 people before COVID-19 period. So against this backdrop, not only the academia, but also industry and also policy-wise, we definitely need to pay more attention to Korean cruise industry so that we can come up with very practical policies to provide support for the industry. So I have briefly summarized these two sessions.
Mr. Pak gave us the explanation and overview about bio session and cruise session. So rather than labeling it as a practical suggestion, so this year we have raised the issue and passed that on to the ministry officials. And every policy needs to go hand in hand with the field. So I think we've made meaningful contribution. And next, even though all sessions are important, shipping is the most important session that we have for the WOF. So shipping and ports. Mr. Kim In-hyun from Korea University will give us an overview. I've heard that you are going to retire this year, and why don't you give him a big round of applause to him. Nice to meet you all. I would like to thank the organizing committee first for setting up the shipping and port session every year. So thank you for selecting the theme every year for the WOF. We have Vice President Jin Gyu-ho and Woo Soo-an from the BPA who have actively contributed to the session. I majored in the law, so AI engineering are the topics that I don't know well. So if I could understand that, I was sure that the audience could understand. So in the shipping and port sector, I think we wanted to test whether AI is widely applied. So in the beginning of the session, I shared my experience of using AI. So once a week, I publish a newsletter on maritime law. And whenever I want to translate it into English, I had to invest 2 hours. But after the birth of the ChatGPT, I asked ChatGPT to translate, and it only took 1 minute. So I just read it and edited it, and after that, published the letter, and it took only 5 minutes. So it saved 2 hours of time for me to spend it in other work. So I personally felt a big change. So AI and ChatGPT is affecting daily life as well, so it will definitely bring big change in the industry. So in the shipping sector and port sector, we wanted to discuss which sectors actively use AI and which technology is promising for the sector. We have Mr. Kim Kyu-bum, HMM Ocean Service CEO. He made the second presentation of the session. So this is the summary I have prepared. We always invite foreign presenter. We had John Jeon, CEO of Balmomi, and he shared the cases of LA and Long Beach Port and how AI is used at San Pedro Bay Port Complex. Just like that case, we have automated Busan Port, one terminal of the Busan Port. We shared that case as well. And the insight that was useful was that he shared the strength of AI. He mentioned the efficiency can be increased and reduce the human error and contribute to more profitability because AI needs no downtime. It can operate for 24/7, so he mentioned that as an advantage of using AI. And digital twin, he shared the use case of digital twin at LA Port. As the challenges that ports faces, he identified labor issue. As automation replaces human workers, he mentioned that labor issue is something that should be solved, and finance issue, because the automation and AI use a lot of power. So for the sustainability of port operation, they are considering offshore power plants. And LA Port is planning to supply 25 gigawatts of offshore wind power by 2075. And Mr. Kim Ki-bum introduced Ocean Company. And for the shipping company, using digital twin, predictability, and 3D printing technology, and underwater drone were the use cases from the business side, and remote repair and maintenance, and route optimization in vessel navigation. Another interesting subject that we discussed was autonomous vessel. And during the discussion session, we have discussed that human and AI together will have to work side by side. BPA Director General Park Kyung-chul introduced us to the BPA, mentioning that Busan is an important logistics hub, and introduced us the automated pier, automated terminal, and share the use cases of automated guided vehicle, AGV, which is used at the container yard of Busan Port. Next, we had Mr. Sang Hyun-jung from CJ Logistics. He mentioned the challenges that the CJ Logistics face and other logistic companies is the rising people cost, and as the demand side, the users want to get a quick delivery, there's a fierce competition, he mentioned. And he said AI can contribute to resolving this issue, and he introduced CJ Smart Logistics Center. Robots are actively used there, and AGV, again, is used in the logistics center, depending on the functionality of the logistics workflow. So let's say certain parcel delivery has some characteristic, for example, location or order, then AI can contribute in sorting those parcels. During the panel discussion, we had Professor Woo Soo-han from Chungang University, and he mentioned that we have ChatGPT for AI, but he suggested that ocean-specific ChatGPT will have to be there, and many participants agree on that idea. So what's important here is that the ministry from the Oceans and Fisheries participated during the panel discussion because the policy direction of the government is important, and he mentioned that data is important, and gathering or collecting the data from the different end users data providers are important, and he mentioned laws and regulations are essential. Efficient and safe laws and regulations will be important, and he explained the policy efforts to set up such regulations. And I asked two questions during the panel discussion. In the shipbuilding and marine transportation field, we have many foreign workers. If you visit the east coast of Korea, and the shipyard, you can see many foreign workers, and there is a language barrier between Korean workers and foreign workers. For example, when there are Myanmar worker and Korean worker, if we can use the AI interpretation service for that, I suggested the idea to use that to break down the language barrier at the shipyard, and I asked a specific question to Mr. Kim Kyu-bong from HMM. And he mentioned that AI can be used in managing the foreign workers. And Mr. Song from CJ said that when giving the safety training, AI instant translation function can be used to enhance the safety. And lastly, while concluding, I received questions from the floor. And the audience wanted to know one specific use case of AI. And Mr. Kim Kyu-bong mentioned that as his company manages a lot of vessels, and at the situation room, they use the AI, and he explained that use case. And Mr. Park Kyung-chul from BPA, the AI is used at autonomous terminal, and Mr. Kim mentioned robots, and Mr. Chun Chun mentioned automated port. That's all for the summary of the marine transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I would like to invite An Kwang-hun, President of HD Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering, who will talk about shipbuilding session. This is definitely one of the popular sessions. And what's important about it is that when we talk about shipping, that leads to shipbuilding and vice versa. That's the area where the reality and also imagination collides against each other, because on site we have to achieve decarbonization, we have to improve and maximize energy efficiency at a very low cost, how we are going to operate vessels. So he is the very person who can talk about all these topics. Can you hear me well? Yes. Again, I'm An Kwang-hun, who chaired the shipbuilding session. And as I was planning for the session and preparing for the session, there were two things that I had in my mind. The first one is shipping industry, because the domestic shipping industry is taking the lead by a largest margin. So dependent on what we do and how we do, I think we can reshuffle the landscape of the global shipping industry. And I thought that maybe our know-hows and technology could be leaked to outside, right? So for experts, if they just look at it, they can just memorize it instantly in their head. That's what I heard. And shipping and also shipbuilding was all about building ships, but now it seems like it becomes more like a comprehensive sectors, which includes shipbuilding, shipping, and also logistics, and also manufacturing. So digital AI is combining all these subsectors under shipping industry. So when we choose topics for individual session, I think the amount of thoughts that we put into is, I think, incomparable within the past. So we mainly talked about the competition between the Europe and also Asia, and with the Germany and Japan. At the time gap, we thought that it is like 20 a long time gap, but now this is no longer valid. We have to make bold decision. We have already made a bold decision on decarbonization. And for only 4 years have passed on, and it seems like everything is set up. And we try to look for ways to really achieve digital transformation in the fastest manner. We have to come up with measures. And we have talked about ocean mobility and also digital solution in this session. So really, we had to thoroughly think about who we are going to invite. Are we going to invite someone who is futuristic, or who are in the business, or who are from academia? We had 2 professors, and also we had 3 people from Research Institute, and 6 people presented, and also 5 people discussed. And what they have talked about are all different from one another, 11 topics. But it boils down to one single general topic, I believe. So from design to operation, we thought someone who knows all about this. And we thought that something that is ongoing, it is already well known, it is already opened up to the general public. We thought that. And the session started from 1 p.m., ended at 5:30. And I been part of the WOF for the last 4 consecutive years, and I told the audiences that this year is the very first year that we have exceeded the time that we are given to end the session. And I also told them that I thank you so much for staying with us till the very end, and at the same time shipping and also the ocean technologies are the very technologies which is garnering global attention. That's why we are so passionate to talk about the way forward for all of us. And among the discussion, I used to just discuss right after the presentation being delivered. And I delivered the topic to discuss in advance, so that the audiences could read the big direction that we are going forward. And we talked about the AI and also digital transformation and also interaction between them and the whereabouts of Korea. And also we have talked about ocean megatrend and how do we respond to climate change, right? We have to really take the lead by the largest margin, and what direction did we set for digital transformation for us? When we talked about digital transformation, there were 3 ideas for us to keep in mind. There's one thing related to change the fuels to alternative fuels or eco-friendly fuels, and also ocean-wise and also ocean transformation. Without having all these 3 elements into one frame, things will not work out smoothly. So how we are going to really establish decarbonized, eco-friendly technologies for the ocean industry? We should not think the year 2050 will never come to us, right? By the time, bigger change will be there. That's why. And eco-friendly shipping industry and also operation of vessels in an autonomous way, smart ports, and also smart shipping. How are we going to link all these four elements? So from designing, building, operating smart vessels and autonomous vessels, how are we going to do it? So going toward the digital transformation, as we try to change our fuel to eco-friendly one, when we really built the vessels, can we really realize profitability out of it? Because the vessels will be in operation for 20 to 30 years. And how are we going to really secure cooperation with the relevant industries? Recently, we do not call shipbuilding industry as a manufacturing industry, but a industry of control. We have attended a list of presentations and also a keynote session on semiconductor industry. So semiconductor chips, a lot of the semiconductor chips are used in vessels, meaning that we have to create a blue ocean, and we have to preemptively respond to digital transformation. And from decades ago until now, the shipbuilding industry has been taking the lead in the EU, and we had speakers from the very industry, and also we had speakers from relevant institutions and organizations from academia and also public institutions. We also listened to the persons from those two different sectors on what research is currently going on. So how we are going to build eco-friendly vessels and how we are going to respond to digital transformation. I think going beyond that, we have to collaborate with each other. So when we first start designing and manufacturing, everything should be connected in advance. These are what we have talked about and discussed. And I think shipbuilding session was welcomed by audiences. So then, what topic are we going to choose for the forums to come next year and thereafter? And lastly, there were ideas that I wanted to put forward because of the dramatic paradigm shift. We should not just think it as something that we have to overcome, but we have to think it as something that we have to take the lead. So port industry, shipping industry, and shipbuilding industry, we have to collaborate with each other so that we can create new industries, bringing about synergy. And when we chose this topic, this is something that we never tried before, right? Choosing topic in this way, and also we had to decide whether we are going to talk about something in the past or something in the future. And we have put a lot of thoughts into making decisions on that. So rather than talk about something from the academia in theory, we thought that it is much better to talk about practical knowledge, which is beneficial to all of us. And this forum should not be an end in itself, but as is mentioned by Dr. Chang, what we have discussed has to be reflected upon policy. We have to collect all the ideas being shared, and we have to reflect on the future policies. So during the shipbuilding session this year, these were the topics that we mainly dealt with during presentation discussions. And in the future, I will continue to try something new so that this momentum will continue for the next 20 to 30 years to come.
As I've mentioned during the opening comment, so it was not just a separate maritime transport session and a shipbuilding session. I guess the ocean industry is experiencing the conversion between shipping, port, and shipbuilding. I think the shipping session has become the first mover, and you are suggesting many new indicators and the direction forward for the manufacturing industry. Since the birth of the industrialization, machine engineering and other fields that the developed countries led was the manufacturing industry, and now the industry is shifting toward digital manufacturing. The cost from that digital manufacturing will bring the cost down by 20 to 30%. And I guess the sessions are just a good agenda items for our continued discussions. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Yoon Hee-sung from Graduate School of Maritime for the summary of marine finance session. So a couple of years ago, we started to discuss marine finance, but it wasn't easy for us to cover marine finance session. And the session has been discussed for 3 years during the WOF. I guess year by year, the session discusses in-depth items. As Mr. An mentioned, I think all the sessions of the World Ocean Forum contains all the related industry. And I have witnessed that the marine finance session was very successful in that aspect. I am Yoon Hee-sung from Graduate School of Maritime of Korea Marine and Ocean University. So the importance of finance cannot be stressed enough because money is like bloodline of the industry. So financing and how you use the finance is an important issue. That's why we have a separate session on marine finance in the WOF. And this is the second year that we started to discuss this subject. The big umbrella agenda is AI, ocean intelligence. And if we are to discuss about AI only in the marine finance, many people mention that it's very limited. We use AI technology in finance, for example, product suggestions or structural analysis. But the field of finance has a lot to discuss other than AI. For example, environment regulation and how finance will be used and how it will contribute to environmental regulation. So whenever we have a big-scale forum like the WOF, one thing that is always mentioned is funding gap. The meaning of this funding gap is to address the environmental regulation, investment should be made in large scale. And to pay for the investment, then there should be finance demand. But compared to the demand side, the financial contributors or financial channels are not diversified. So that's the problem, and that's the funding gap. If you look at the current state, after the Lehman Brothers financial crisis occurred in 2007, the shipping sector and the maritime transport sector contracted a lot. And the private shipping finance couldn't solve that issue still. So policy finance in Korea plays an important part here. But policy financing cannot fill up that big gap. So that was the central idea we had while discussing this marine finance issue. So other than discussing about the AI, we decided to discuss that finding gap more in depth during the marine finance session. 7 speakers contributed to the session, including myself. We invited 1 European presenter, and 1 from Asia, and 1 from Korea. So for the European side, we invited Mr. Orestes Sinas, professor of the University of Aegean, Greece, and he has a lot of experience, field experience in the finance sector, and he knows the ocean side well, as he is a marine technician. So we invited him online and discussed the topic of innovative finance and green finance to comply with environmental regulations. So the topic itself was quite tricky because innovative finance, do you know what innovative finance is? It is more like a token economy. So I considered a lot whether to include this topic or not. But as I foresaw, the topic of innovative finance was not discussed in depth because it was difficult to cover innovative finance and environmental regulations and green finance at the same time. So it was below the place below on the priority list. So I will give you a summary later on what has been presented. And he touched upon the important things that the shipping companies need to take into account in terms of environmental regulations and green finance. And from Asia, we have invited Professor Matsuda Takuma from Takushoku University. So it was my first time to meet him. So the topic that we have asked him to cover is to talk about business side of the story, because Korea maritime industry business model is quite underdeveloped, because whether it be financial ship owner or traditional sense of ship owner, we don't have a long-standing history of a ship owner company. So we wanted to hear more about Japanese case of ship owner industry. So we asked him to cover Japanese ship owner industry. So in his presentation, he mentioned that ship owning industry is a narrow scope to discuss, so he wanted to talk about maritime cluster instead. So during his presentation, he covered Japan's Ehime maritime cluster, current status, and the development of the cluster. So I personally think that it was beneficial for the audience that he broadened the scope to cover maritime cluster. And next we had Mr. Yoon Sang-ho from Maritime Finance Division of KOBC, and he made a presentation on maritime finance of KOBC. And he mentioned that the financing will be expanded going beyond the vessel financing. And we had panel discussion with Mr. Jung Woo-young. I guess he is the representative figure in the marine law. I think he is a historic figure in marine law. We had attorney at law from Lee & Co, Jung Woo-young. We also invited Mr. Song Nak-ju. He is an expert advisor to BNK Management Research Institute. He has worked in the field for 30 years. And in the aircraft financing, this industry is similar to the vessel financing. He wrote a very famous book on aircraft financing, and so we have invited him. And we also invited Mr. Jo Ki-hwan, Maritime Investment and Finance Division, General Manager for Korea Asset Management Corporation. He shared experience of financing more than 100 vessels. So we had sufficient time for the panel discussion and made active discussions. It was really good. Professor Orestes mentioned that from the perspective of posing more stronger regulation in terms of environment, he suggested that reporting should be made in terms of environment, and financial institutions need to play a more active role in that report process so that the financial institutions can have a better view on the industry, and that can work as a pressure to the industry. So the shipping industry and maritime transport company will have to efficiently meet the reporting requirements. So here reporting means ESG performance reporting. We're not just talking about the environment, we are talking about ESG. So how they respond to the ESG reporting requirement, it will impact their competitiveness a lot. And he's mentioned that the traditional financing role will decrease, and he mentioned ESG-linked financing and green bond will get a lot of attention in going forward. So he suggested that shipping and marine transport company will have to prepare. He emphasized digital disclosure. I think information disclosure overall, I think the disclosure should be made more objective, and that's another challenge that we need to solve. And Professor Matsuda Takuma introduced the Japan's maritime cluster. Near Imabari, there's a maritime cluster. Japan is different from Korea. They have a ship owner industry. And most of the ship owning industry place order to the shipyard of Japan. So they have a mutual coexisting relationship. So Korea is quite different. And many ship owners of Japan place order of bulk vessel, and they place many order of those vessels. And Japan has local banks, EO Bank, Hiroshima Bank, Yamaguchi Finance Group. And they have robust local financing. Regardless of the financial crisis, they have provided financing to the local industry. So I think the situation is quite similar to Greece because Greece has their local banks. They are not globally known, but after the financial crisis, European banks decreased their exposure, and then the access of those financing shifted to Asia. But if you look at the statistics, the Greek bank still played an important role regardless of such European banks' crisis by supporting financing to the Greek vessel company. The implication that we can learn from this is that Greece bank or Japan local bank understands the maritime industry and they have expertise in this industry. They have the capability to finance the industry. I hope that the local finance institutions could grow this kind of capability and deepen their understanding on the industry to sustainably finance the local industry. And Mr. Yoon Sang-ho suggested that the role of vessel financing era has ended. And we were very lucky. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was an unexpected event, but container companies could earn a lot taking the opportunity of the pandemic. They took the chance and they could make a lot of money. And KOBC, thanks to the success of the container company, could earn a lot throughout the pandemic. So ship financing was quite successful. But we have to go beyond ship financing. So as a result of that thought, port service financing or port facility financing will have to be included. And that is not limited to Korea. Globally, there will be more investment made on ports. And there's reason for this. We suffered supply chain crisis during the pandemic. The supply chain disruption there were a lot of discussion made on the role of the ship financing and marine finance. So as the discussion during the panel discussion, Attorney Chung gave an in-depth presentation. So the money chain from the marine transport industry is quite limited. But other advanced countries in marine transport has taxless chain of financing. So for a long time, he has studied the marine financing and he is promoting this idea of tax-free financial source together with the Korea Asset Management Corporation and Korea Development Bank. And Mr. Song Nak-ju touched upon the non-operating ship owner industry. And this field was not well developed compared to Japan. So whether it be traditional concept of ship owning company or leasing type of business, this non-operating ship owner business will have to be promoted. So he stressed that aspect. And about the local financing institution, he stressed the importance. And Mr. Jo Ki-hwan talked about marine cluster. Busan is the marine hub of Korea. And I think Busan has a unique position in Korea. It is a hub in Northeast Asian logistics, and it is blockchain specialized zone. And it is designated as a special district for the industry, new industry. So it has a good footage to grow this industry, marine industry. So I hope that Busan could grow as a marine finance hub. So far I have briefly summarized the session, but these were the topics that we have discussed during the session. We had overseas presenters and we have sufficient time for the panel discussion. I think the session was really good. So this is it for me. Thank you.
As I mentioned from the beginning, as is mentioned by Unisong, Dean, without marine finance, nothing will be possible. So I think he really mentioned some very important things, right? We have very distinctive local characteristics here in Busan, which also attract clusters. And for the fact that we do not have shipping companies based in Busan, it is problematic. And there are 156 members of the IMO. And to my understanding, there's less than 20 countries which has its own shipping industry. And also, there's only a couple of countries which boast the shipping industry and also shipping industry coexist. And as already Dean said, we do not have a strong and competitive ship owner industry, meaning that all the risks are imposed on the shoulder of shipping industry. And it takes full responsibility from the very beginning to all the way to how to secure financial resources, right? And as we have Ocean Business Corporation business, if we have them here, along with relevant organizations here in Busan, then maybe we can utilize financial institutions dedicated to ocean business. Then we won't have any problem in procuring financial resources. And he really gave us a lot of insight, and all the remarks that you said to us really touched my heart. And next, I think this session I heard again was very important and also popular. And I would like to invite Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President of Korea Maritime Institute, why the fisheries session was very popular. And I did not really expect to see so many audiences during the session that I chaired. So when it comes to fisheries, we talk about aquaculture and also fishing boat and response to climate change. So lots of topics were dealt and handled. And I think the AI really was the commonality among all different topics, because AI is definitely one of the areas of interest for everyone. And there were countries which did not participate in the session before. So I was surprised by this as well. There was one participant from Germany, which develops software and provides technical support, and also PCS project is dealt by the company in France. And also there's a CITAF, which is a Norwegian organization taking the lead in scientific research in the ocean industry. So we had speakers from many different countries. I think that was definitely a contributing factor to gaining popularity. And listening to her presentations made me feel and made myself very proud and also confident in a way, thanks to the advancement of AI technology. In the past, we mainly talked about a specific type or kind of a fish. And now I think the scope of analysis is much widened just to include every single fish species, to analyze about everything, report about everything. And the CEO from the North IO said that that is the company working with NVIDIA, and we had a person from the company. NVIDIA announced a system to predict weather conditions, and also we talked about infinite potential of ocean data, which is very important to fisheries, right? All the ocean data, if we can utilize it, and on top of it, if we can lay the data on fish on top of it, what will happen? So on top of the prediction on the weather conditions, we could combine that with ocean data. I think that combined data itself is like a money or crude oil in the era of AI. So that's just a must. I think that's how I perceived, because that is very, very valuable data, which is equivalent to money. So if we can connect the ocean data with all other available AI data, then that data can contribute to securing biodiversity and also to development of aquaculture industry, creating a virtuous cycle among relevant industry. So in utilizing such data, we thought that we will be replaced by the AI, but it is otherwise. Marispace project, bio project, BCS project were mentioned, and when we link those projects, then there's a person who are owning the data, and there's a stakeholder who is collecting, and also there are service providers, and there will be companies and organizations in between them. So once we successfully set up architecture and framework among them, and if we can add the technical functions to enable service, of course we have to really cooperate together. And I thought that we have to double and triple our efforts to successfully coordinate all these complicated architecture of stakeholders. So we have to have them in this framework, and we have to prove that sharing your information within this framework is safe, so that this data could be shared with fishermen outside the framework. So it sounds like there are more work for us to do, more than 2 times and 3 times than before. And it was audacious that one speaker said that he's going to develop a system to analyze all the fish species. And there's a fish which has to go through a tube to go to the inside of the vessel. And as the fish comes in, the video camera will identify instantly the species and also the weight and also the size of the fish. And also in terms of the maturity of the technology, the level is stage 6. It is near to be commercialized in the market. So either it is the government or the private sector, I think this is a must, right? We made a promise at the global level, and in order to really maintain and also protect biodiversity, and also in order to prevent excessive fishing, global efforts are underway. So I thought that the speed of cooperation is really fast. And also SpeedX project is about this, which is mentioned by Speaker Zhang Bei, Guzak, and even the vessel whose size is less than 12 meters comes under monitoring. So I think a big trend is there. And when IAO established a regulation, in the past, every issue was solved before we established a standard. But reporting on small-sized vessels can be done with existing technologies, and now this is going to be an international norm that we have to abide by. So resource management and also fisheries and also shipping industries and technological advancement and also utilization of AI will be instantly applied. So I was frightened by the speed of the advancement. And according to Etteri, there was some introduction about new technologies, which is on the way. And the speaker mentioned about digital twin, a mock-up of aquaculture farm. And also the speaker shared with the analysis result of the digital twin. And when the speaker applied the results of the analysis onto real aquaculture farm, he said that it was quite efficient and it was quite useful. So physical convergence is already possible. And we also had CEO from the Eco Aqua Farm, which is affiliated company with GS Construction, and the CEO mentioned about aquaculture farm, which is the first of its kind. Recirculating filtering system is being introduced thanks to the technology used for plant system from GS Construction, which is the right way to go. Aquaculture farm, having them is important, but we have so many good technologies for building plant by large-sized companies, right? We can apply that to aquaculture facility, and that will help us to build and also enhance our competitiveness in equipment and also parts which are produced in Korea. So we will not be dragged by Norwegian technologies, and that's how I felt after listening to his presentation. So I have just summarized our presentations and discussions, and we had all associate researcher from KMI. Still, the researcher said that the fishing village is not really well receiving and accepting new technology. And as the CEO from the aqua farm said, those pioneers who try to take the lead in developing new technologies, they are struggling, right? Because they are likely to, or the possibility to fail is very high because they are at the very forefront. So it means that we have to really provide a huge support for pioneering companies. And the researcher analyzed why, and when it turned out that when your neighbor is well using that technology, then other local residents are likely to also adopt and accept technologies. That was the main message from the researcher. So it was all the more pleasant to see so many participants. And maybe we have to widen the scope of fisheries, right? Maybe I thought that I do not have to necessarily put the fisheries for the session to talk about fisheries.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. I could see that you became very confident after presiding your session, so you wanted to drop the term fisheries in the fisheries session, so that was very bold. We have 3 remaining sessions to cover, so I would like to invite Mr. Kim Min-soo for the summary of the Blue Economy session. So before I begin, taking this opportunity, I would like to thank and congratulate Mr. Kim Hyun-kyum for winning the Korea Marine Grand Prize. So I have the floor now. I wanted to extend my congratulations first. During the Blue Economy session, we discussed marine data and AI and possibilities and prospects of the Blue Economy era. When we had the first planning committee session, the Blue Economy session didn't exist. But thankfully, Mr. Kim gave us the opportunity and advised us to discuss. As you've heard, AI is incorporated into shipping, marine transport, fisheries, and so on. So we saw possibilities and status of AI incorporation. But in reverse, we have marine data and we wanted to explore how those data impact AI and AI impacts the industry. That's why we set up the session on Blue Economy. So we started from the marine data part. So though it is belated, so by this I mean Blue Economy session didn't exist when we first planned out, but taking this opportunity, I would like to thank you for giving me to discuss about Blue Economy as a chair. So first, I would like to talk about the organization of the session, and second is about the content. So when we set up the agenda, we thought marine data is owned by the government and the private sector, so we call public data and private data. And in the international community, marine data should be actively shared. It can be thought of as a means, but marine data can solve or contribute to solve the marine issues, and by letting the underdeveloped country to use marine data, they can solve their problems and maximize their potential. So I think international cooperation is very important in marine data field. And what the World Ocean Forum is aiming for is to share the Korea stories and follow the best example that the world has. So we are serving as a platform. So that's why we have invited 4 Korean experts and 4 foreign experts. On the topic of marine data, we wanted to discuss various issues, for example, public data, private data, international cooperation, and talent nurturing. So we have invited speakers from industry, academia, and business sectors. So I first thought that as we are going to discuss about marine data, the setting will be very formal and strict, but actually we had a very fruitful discussion. But if we have another chance to discuss this field next year, I think it would be good. So we cover 4 content. First is about how to utilize marine data and how we currently utilize marine data. So the use cases were shared. The first speaker was from Korea, and he mentioned about the ocean data that we have and how the AI is incorporated in the ocean data. We have vast amount of ocean data and how those data is convert it into information that is useful for the data user and how the industry can tap into those data. And second presenter was from OECD, and the speaker was in charge of the data project, and she shared OECD examples. And she explained OECD value chain of public data sharing. So together with other countries such as Poland, UK, and so Belgium. The reason why they have that project is to standardize the marine data they separately have. So the information that is extracted from the shared data again influence the strategy establishment of each country. And second presenter was from NOAA and shared the US case. She shared the marine satellite account and how the marine sector is valued or evaluated and how they are incorporated into the policies. And natural capital accounting. And then NOAA has conducted another research project on marine natural capital accounting, and she shared the case. And we have invited this discussion from ACRI Group France, and the discussion shared the case of France. And he mentioned that utilization of data and using the AI can suggest a way for blue economy, and one use case is shared was very insightful for us. And second, on international cooperation. So every discussant stressed the need for more cooperation. We have invited the discussant from UNEP, and she mentioned that marine data has no border. So the data owner, we have various stakeholders who holds data, but data sharing system or the data sharing hub platform should be there. And there's a platform called Hub Ocean. And she explained that the data is already shared through Hub Ocean. And third, so we didn't just talk about the positive aspect of marine data. The issue that we discussed is that we had the keynote speaker from UNIOC, and he suggested two issues related to data. One is data reliability. AI produced data, whether we can rely on it or not, whether those data is trustworthy or not should be examined. And second, data contamination can happen. So still we couldn't get an answer because it's a pending issue that we need to solve, and I suggested to discuss on it. Discussants mentioned that the data reliability issue and data contamination are actually happening right now, so data evaluation platform or process is needed. And AI ethics and linkage between public data and private data, that requires another data privacy issue and data security. So all these agenda items should be discussed, and that was raised by the discussants. And for a long time, we have discussed on how to manage and evaluate the data, and that needs human. And that point was raised very frequently. So lastly, I want to stress the importance about nurturing talent. So I'll summarize our panel discussion on talent development. Although it is difficult, we need to do it, then how? So one case was shared. In Korea Maritime and Oceans Department, there are only 9 student accepted for AI department, then how we can raise AI and ocean specific talent. Then one way suggested was to converge the fields of ocean and AI, and short-term training program should be established to host AI expert and ocean expert. An industry academia joint project should be led, and that should be supported by the government. And certification process for these talents is needed. And the last point mentioned was to establish industry, academia, and government cooperation. And one audience suggested an idea. So currently, Busan is trying to establish a Busan City Graduate School, and he had to review whether to establish that graduate school or not. And he mentioned that AI and ocean experts should be raised through the course of that specific graduate school. So during the planning stage, we joined late. And on marine data, we were not sure what to discuss, but as mentioned, we had a lot of discussion on this issue, and then it was really good. Thank you.
예, 우리 저 박사.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for sending me congratulations. And we try to move away from rigidity. That's why we chose to include this topic, marine humanities. So Professor Kim is going to talk about the session. My name is Kim Chang-gyeong from Pugyong University. And there are some words which are very unfamiliar to me, but I believe that we could talk about culture around marine humanities and how we can link this to the actual business. So since 2017, we have been conducting research on marine humanities, the research level, and we've been thinking how we can return what we have gained to Busan citizens. The key words are Busan, marine, ocean, and humanities. Then we've been talking about this all the time. Busan is the center of ocean, right? If that is the case, what will come to the minds of foreigners or to persons from other regions? Then I think shipping, logistics, and also trade are also other words that will come to their minds, right? Then if that is the case, how really can we translate all these words into a tangible thing? So I've been participating in this WF since 2018, so this is my 7th year to be part of WF. So I've been thinking about how can we return what we discovered about Busan to local citizens. And also, from a few years ago, Busan is also promoting North Port as a cultural item to promote Busan. So we think that definitely we need to raise awareness among local citizens around culture, marine, and also humanities. So during the session, we thought too then how should we deal with AI on marine humanities? How should we display the ocean near Busan. So we've been thinking about this. How can we address social issues in an aspect of humanities? And we have talked about issues around the Kadok Island and also fishing village. How can we enhance the spirit of fishing village to make it true fishing village? So in line with the blue economy in the era of AI, we just topic what would AI mean and how can we display Busan to others. And the National Ocean Museum is the first thing that we have to first think about. And also, we want to look at similarities between the National Ocean Museum in Busan with those in other countries. And also, we talked about how we can further expand the marine humanities across Busan. As the first presenter, the speaker was from National Ocean Museum, who talked about the past, the present, and future of the museum. And also, the speaker mentioned about the achievements and also future plan. And also, the speaker mentioned about a project to establish ocean platform based on metaverse. Of course, there could be some limitations, but I think in the future, AI also comes in exhibition in the museum. And secondly, speaker also mentioned about current status and prospects of national ocean museums abroad, and also mentioned about a traditional way of exhibition and also future way of exhibition, referring to the National Museum of Natural History in the UK, and to include other museums. And also he added the way forward for the museum in Busan. And also we talked about how to combine AI with exhibition. Keywords are very interesting. Normally, we had to display something real, but in the future, we will have to create new things. We have to put something very creative and unprecedented. So, in the past, we had spatial limitations, but we will not have it in the future, in time and also space. So we talked about we have to create new artifacts exceeding the conventional concept of traditional artifacts. Then how are we going to further promote marine and cultural space? Of course, there's a long way to go, definitely, but in the long term, we have to think about what can we show, what can we display in front of foreigners. I think that should not only include something related to shipping or shipbuilding, right? So in the long-term perspective, we have to come up with something very distinctive, something very unique, something that can speak for itself, representing Busan. And the last speaker mentioned that there's a place called Cancun in Mexico. And there's a museum dedicated to pirates and art, which is just one of many examples. So the city made efforts for decades to build this museum dedicated to pirates and art, which is covered by many media. Of course, it'd be difficult to realize that in Busan right now. But we have to have a long-term perspective. So we have the long-term vision to further promote Busan. And we also have to think about shortfalls. We have to talk about a room for improvement in Busan. So we have to think about how can we create a cultural space dedicated to distinctive characteristics of Busan. AI is widely used across industries, certain industries, but also culture sector, art sectors. Now AI can compose a music good enough to receive an award. So when it comes to marine exhibition, we have to think about it because all other advanced countries are also making efforts on that. So, as I mentioned, marine policy is important. From 2020 to 2030, the ministry came up with the Act on Developing Fisheries Industries, and insights includes marine education and also exhibition. As is mentioned, we have to go back to marine and ocean education. I think having few more universities will not be able to address all these issues. The education on ocean should start from kindergarten and primary and middle schools throughout. So if we just provide education for near adults will not be very effective. And the ocean will be very unfamiliar to those adults who just started to receive education after they're all grown up, right? So we should begin the education for very young children so that we can raise awareness among the general public from their young age. So this is where the power of education comes in. Establishing a university will not solve a problem, especially when nurturing talent. I think the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries have to come together so that we can solve this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. So those who study humanities, I know you have a lot of creativity and a lot to say. So you rightly summarized a session you have discussed. And we also have Kyo's special session. So I've heard that 7 speakers presented their idea during the Kyo special session. So we have a dinner planned at 6:30. So I'll be brief. Okay. So 6:30 is the dinner time, so feel free. So I feel some pressure because we are running behind our schedule, so I'll be very brief. Unlike other sessions, the session was prepared by kiosk, and it was a kiosk special session. So every field or every sessions that we have covered today, we have a separate department within kiosk for that. So kiosk has marine law, marine industry, marine biology, engineering, ICT, mobility department. And during the World Ocean Forum, the thing that we considered was that while selecting the agenda items, everything is discussed already through other sessions. So it was difficult to select the theme for Kyo's special session because AI is in its premature stage to cover. So we decided to discuss on leading policy technology through convergence of marine science and technology with AI. So we are pure science-based and research institute, and all the presenters are the leading doctors or scholars. So we wanted to test or know how it will be if AI is incorporated in each field. So first presenter was from KAIST, and he pointed out that AI is actively used in various industries such as finance or mobility and manufacturing. So he forecasted that currently AI will is assisting and will assist around 50% of the work. And for the marine industry, Maersk or HD Hyundai have automated system developed for the vessel navigation. And in going forward, fish stock prediction system is another field that we can use AI. And next presenter was from Kiosks and presented on AI-based machine vision technology for seafood inspection. For example, oyster or laver. We are currently using AI technology to see whether the species is well processed and wrapped, packaged for the food chain. Next presenter talked about AI-based ocean observation and prediction. In the science field, we have many observation systems. When there's a typhoon or a machine breakdown, there's a shutdown of information flow due to the weather event, and he suggested an idea that AI can help to reduce that downtime. And if we have more data, we can increase the accuracy on prediction. So we saw the hybrid modeling system. And next presenter is from Kiosk Data Center Department, and he mentioned that the more data we earn, we can use or incorporate AI to enhance the accuracy of the prediction. And another lecturer suggested an idea to use AI in the wetland management. So the observation data that we get from the satellite and sensor for the benthic resources. For example, there are many benthic marine animal or marine resources that live. So by using AI, we can have a better visibility on the wetland and benthic environment. So wetland is a protection area. So if we can use AI in that area, we can have a better view. For example, that's the AI incorporated to the marine environment and marine creatures. And next presenter explained the concept of Internet of Extreme Things. In Korea, if we establish an equipment between Jeju Island and Wando Island, we can have internet connectivity to those islands. So that's the technology that IOET provides to the world. Let's say if we have Wi-Fi equipment of IOET established here, then we can get internet connection from our home. And the use case was that from Antarctic region. And last presenter presented about development of technology for establishing an underwater data center complex. So he's in charge of establishing that underwater data center. And for that data center, a lot of electrical machinery and equipment should be installed. And he shared the actual model that is installed at the data center. And he also suggested ways to incorporate AI to reduce costs of establishing underwater data center. So overall, my impression is that when we first planned out for this session, we was not sure how AI has penetrated our organization and our daily life. But after the discussion through this session, we could assess the status of development of our marine industry in terms of AI technology. So we have marine transportation session, logistics, and shipbuilding. Then if we use AI, we can have a clearer data and better facility. Then in going forward, we will have to use AI technology more actively, because as the technology advances fast, then that integration to our industry will have to take faster. And Mr. Kim suggested the idea or theme to cover for the next year and following years. I'm not sure Kyo's will be able to have another special sessions, but I'm really curious on how much development we'll be able to achieve in 1 year. So my suggestion for next year theme is to track the progress since today. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Lastly, we have Director Shim Song-tae from Busan, who will talk about Busan Metropolitan City. He's a bit late, but Busan Metropolitan City is the largest sponsor for this WOF. And he is going to talk about how to better support the WOF to further advance this forum. Hi everyone, my name is Shim Sang-tae, Director from Busan Metropolitan City. So this year's WF is a very special one because we had a session dedicated to Busan Metropolitan City, and there's an OOC, which is like a summit meeting, and we are going to hold it in collaboration with the Ministry of Oceans and also Fisheries. And so next year will mark the 10th anniversary of the WOF. So the holding this conference will not be an end in itself. We will think about how we can open up this forum so that Busan citizens also can enjoy the forum. And we had a Rangley doctor from NASA, and from last year we have a plan to launch micro-sized satellite which has a fluorescent camera installed, and the manufacturing is already done. And next year we are going to collaborate with NASA to launch this satellite, and practical consultation will unfold. And it was fortunate to have doctor from NASA. So the budget for launching will be borne by Busan Metropolitan City. This super micro-size satellite calibration is and will be done by experts from Korea and also experts from NASA. After launching the satellite, at least 2 geostations will have to receive a signal from the satellite, and we also agreed that NASA also station will receive a signal. And this satellite will be used to identify the spaceways and also will be used to conduct research on aerosol, which is micro-sized. And we are going to conduct joint research to set algorithm to be applied to this satellite, and also experts will go to NASA for his or her product program. As a director who are in charge of this, I come under huge pressure for the success of the launching of this satellite. And from Marine Policy Bureau, the biggest event for the Bureau is WOF, and I came to the forum and I was startled by the size to talk about, for example, ocean finance, cruise, and also marine bio, and it feels like there are so many things for me to make more efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director. Thank you. Appreciate it. And also, he mentioned about satellite, something that we are unheard of. And it is good to hear that NASA is paying attention to it, and also NASA is collaborating with Busan. As a businessman, when I go here and there are things that I always hear is that Korea is a fast follower. Thanks to that, within only 70 to 80 years, we became top 8 economic superpower. And I believe that I became smarter as I attended WAF, thanks to all the members of the planning committee. So wherever I go, I say this: Korea will become first mover, not fast follower. And Dr. Beck is designing the AI, and I heard something from him. Korea is a manufacturing powerhouse. And in the meantime, many people that did that, why the designing of the semiconductor chip did not take place faster. And he said that Korea, when it achieves tangible results from areas where it is good at, then the rest will just come naturally. So we started from the memory, semiconductor chip, CPU, and going towards NPU. And we cannot see it from facade, but there are many tangible results inside industries. And I heard that lots of people are reluctant to make investment in areas where tangible results cannot be achieved within 5 years every time. But as we cannot see it right now, there's a huge investment already being made. And he said that he believes that tangible results will start to surface. Then Korea will become outstanding in other sectors. So personally, I worried about the future prospects over the industry, and what he told me really relieved me. So, unknowingly, we held the session co-hosted by the ministry and also attended by the speaker from NASA. And when we put all the things together, not this year, but next year, all the sessions that we first started with some sort of worries will be combined and mixed well together. At first, many people doubted about the success of WOF. You should not use the world in front of Ocean Forum because it is not so global. But I believe that the World Ocean Forum will become more successful because I heard that what we are talking at the WOF is also being repeated by experts in other countries. I would like to thank all the members of the planning committee for your effort that you made for 3 days. Thank you, audiences, as well. So now it's a time for us to conclude the 18th World Ocean Forum. So under the theme of ocean intelligence, we have talked about the marine bio, marine transport, shipbuilding, cruise, and marine finance. And we have listened to the opinions of the experts, and they shared with us the future visions. Again, I would like to thank the Kim Hyung-kyung, chair of the planning committee, and all of the staff members. And next year, we will come back to you with more in-depth content for the 19th World Ocean Forum. Thank you so much for staying with us till the very end.